Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1445 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news from around the world. We've seen Ukraine has struck a major Russian naval port and major Russian cities today in a massive attack. We've also seen the very disturbing news that Ukraine's declared a nuclear crisis today and has been forced to shut down some nuclear plants due to attacks by Russia near those facilities. We've also seen that U.S. forces are deploying more assets near Iran as things look like they're about to get spicy very soon. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear significant developments from the areas of Eastern Europe and the Middle East over the course of the day that have brought a very great deal of attention and a great deal of headlines into our news coverage tonight. Over the course of the past 24 hours, the armed forces of Ukraine have conducted an unprecedented attack on the Russian Federation and strategic infrastructure throughout the country. We have seen that the cities of Belgorod and Novorossiysk have been hit the most heavily, with the city of Belgorod being an important logistics hub for the Russian army and its continued operations within the northeastern area of the Ukrainian front inside of the occupied territories, and the port of Novorossiysk being equally important to the Russian Federation's ability to export oil in violation of sanctions and to also be able to operate the remnants of the survivors of the Black Sea Fleet. We have also been able to confirm and report that other targets have been hit, including those within the Tver Oblast and also in the Saratov Oblast, with the chemical plant being destroyed in Tver and also a larger oil depot being destroyed in the town of Balashev within the western area of the Saratov Oblast. Additionally, we have also been able to hear that the Russian Federation has suffered another major and critical issue within the area of Vyborg, a city near to the area of the Finnish border. It appears that an electrical substation, the one that provides basically all of the power to the city of Vyborg, has apparently fried. changing the name of the city from Viborg to Freiburg. We have also been able to hear that the Russian Federation's government has been, once again, in a little bit of a quagmire today, and it does appear that due to the lack of manpower and the exceedingly high amount of fatalities that the Russian army has sustained within the war in Ukraine, they are now taking on an incredibly large amount of Indian and Sri Lankan migrants to be able to replace the dead Russians in the workforce. Additionally, we have also been able to hear within the Middle East, or more so inside of Ukraine before I even get down there, that the state of Ukraine has declared a nuclear emergency today, or a nuclear crisis within their borders, due to incredibly large volumes of Russian Federation armed attacks onto the territory of Ukraine through drones and missiles. A large amount of substations that provide backup electrical power to the nuclear power plants inside of Ukraine for them to be able to operate have largely been destroyed or knocked out. For this reason, a lot, if not all, nuclear power plants within the state of Ukraine have largely had to turn off their generators, or more so nuclear reactors, as far as they can, largely cutting them out of any energy grid production, and once again creating an even more difficult situation within Ukraine in the ongoing energy blackout. Meanwhile, inside the Middle East, we have heard that the Islamic Republic of Iran has continued to reiterate that they will not be making any concessions inside of negotiations with the United States of America, and that they are poised and ready to strike American forces throughout the entirety of the Middle East, no matter what country they're inside of, where they are, and where they're operating. The United States Air Force has continued to conduct significant amounts of air flights into the region today, with us also noting by satellite photography that there's an even larger amount of MIM-104 Patriot and THAAD air defense systems scattered throughout the entirety of the Middle East in preparation for the possible strikes that will be conducted by the United States. The Iraqi Ninth Corps has also surrounded the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad today due to a rising security situation within the area and the possibility that the U.S. Embassy could be attacked. Apparently, the United States is now working with the Iraqi government to be able to secure a perimeter around the embassy protected by the Iraqi army to be able to ensure that any sorts of Iranian groups like al-Nusra, which operate heavily within the northeastern area of Iraq, will not be able to conduct any form of an armed attack against the U.S. Embassy staff and U.S. staffers at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq. The United States is also conducting a transfer of thousands of ISIS prisoners out of northeastern Syria due to the fear that the Jelani regime will release them, as we call it, back into the wild, and will allow for them to rejoin the ranks of ISIS and continue their reign of terror throughout the region. For this purpose, the United States has now relocated thousands of ISIS prisoners out of their prisons that were once under SDF control and into the area of Kurdistan within northern Iraq, where there are also incredibly similar prisons, which these prisoners will now be transferred into. Outside of the Middle East, we've also been able to hear some fairly interesting news out of East Asia, with the People's Republic of China now unveiling their space cooker, a special form of a weapon that they can direct towards low Earth orbit satellites and basically fry them. Apparently, they're saying that this could be used against Starlink satellites that are in orbit in incredibly large numbers. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, in an incredibly rare statement, has actually admitted that there has been significant failings of the Kim Jong-un administration and reign, stating that large amounts of food insecurities and famines are currently gripping the country, and that they are going to be conducting another rural revolution in an attempt to fix this. This is apparently indicating that while we have not been able to hear about it until now, North Korea is suffering from significantly bad food security and is apparently rife with famines that are starting to kill thousands of people inside of North Korea due to the absolute lack of food, which is also quite surprising because it was believed since 2023 that the Russian Federation, in turn for North Korean military equipment, has been providing the North Koreans with some form of foodstuffs that the Russian Federation produces. That now throws that analysis entirely on its head, and it appears that the North Koreans are apparently exchanging weapons and materials to the Russian Federation for something else entirely, rather than food. But nevertheless, outside of that, we've also been able to hear within the area of Europe that there also appears to have been a significant sabotage around the area of northern Italy, near to a major railway station that is incredibly close to the Winter Olympics, which are currently being held right now inside of Italy. They call it a load of baloney, which is kind of ironic considering that the train station that had all of the sabotage attempts happening is actually in the city of Bologna. But with that in mind, we will be making sure to get through each and every single piece of this news, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And of course, we have absolutely major news. Moving us on into the area of the Russian Federation, we have been able to report that the armed forces of Ukraine have been able to conduct another major and significant drone attack on the Russian Federation over the past 24 hours. As a matter of fact, when I say the past 24 hours, that doesn't mean that there was a singular attack that happened during that past 24-hour period. The Ukrainians have been conducting an endless attack on the Russian Federation for the past 24 hours. which is incredibly significant to say the least. And not only that, the damage has been quite significant in most areas of the border regions and also within strategic ports near to the area of Ukraine's borders. Moving us on down into Novorossiysk first and foremost, the port of Novorossiysk is an incredibly important one for the Russian Federation in both economic and strategic capabilities. The port of Novorossiysk is one of the few within the Black Sea area that is able to load Russian crude oil onto tankers awaiting at the port to be able to be shipped out and sold elsewhere, highly likely the Republic of India or the People's Republic of China. We have seen the Russian Federation has used the shadow tanker fleet for years at this point to be able to try and evade sanctions, and the port of Novorossiysk is incredibly important in giving those shadow tankers their illegal and sanctioned cargoes to be able to transport around the greater area of the world. From what we understand, there is also a larger Vostochny Rayon, which is a Russian naval wharf that is just north of the oil loading platform, which houses the last combat remnants of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. After the Russian Federation took significant losses at the beginning of the war in Ukraine due to Ukrainian drone and air attacks, the Russian Federation then moved the remaining part of the fighting portion of the Black Sea Fleet here to the Vostochny Rayon, and here they have remained since about 2023, hardly ever leaving Novorossiysk or the Vostochny Rayon to attempt attacks. They've also become further embattled and also fortified due to a Ukrainian underwater drone slipping into the Vostochny Rayon and exploding on the stern end of a Kilo-class submarine that was moored in the dead center of the port. Last night, the Ukrainian armed forces have revisited the port of Novorossiysk once again, and have conducted incredibly significant attacks on multiple targets throughout the city from what we could tell. Moving us on into the two independent clips that we have, or montages of clips that we have, we were able to see this first clip here, taken from a resident of Novorossiysk, filming into the sky as Ukrainian drones were coming into the area. And here is the clip.
Свет видишь?
Да, 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 да.
Вот
Там мразь полетела, блядь.
Свет.
Ебать!
Oh!
Только что подорвали, это красное было.
They find this rather amusing.
Нихуя!
They're going crazy.
Man, they're hype!
Ебать!
Oh, man. I think they've forgotten that this actually affects them, too. They feel like they're watching a movie here, but this is actually their town.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting that one yet, but I think they're going to get that soon. We also have been able to additionally see other clips showing us the attack that was happening inside of Novorossiysk from another angle, which is actually the very same angle. Nevertheless, we can confirm that at the moment there has been some explosions within the port of Novorossiysk, which seems to be leading us to believe that one of the key port facilities has been hit again. And of course, there is a decent variety of targets that can be hit within the port of Novorossiysk that will produce significant damage to the Russian strategic and economic capabilities that they base out of this port. First and foremost, we can say that the oil loading facility is probably a high priority target for the Ukrainian armed forces. Given that the Ukrainians are generally emphasizing a doctrine and strategy of denying the Russian Federation any economic abilities to sell their oil on the global market, this means that any oil loading ports and facilities are wildly important for the Russian Federation to lose operational capabilities of, including this one here. If the Ukrainians were able to land another successful hit on this oil loading port, its already reduced operating capacity will once again be brought down to zero due to the overwhelming damage that the attack would have caused. If that is the case, that means that the port of Novorossiysk will once again be out of action entirely for the Russian Federation to use as an active oil port, and that will once again reduce the amount of capacity in terms of hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil per day that they are able to ship out of the Russian Federation and to other countries around the world to continue to finance their war against Ukraine. They also might have hit the Vostochny Rayon, although that's fairly unlikely. In prior attacks, we've seen that the Ukrainians have not really prioritize the Vostochny Rayon, best way to put it, for attacks and targets within this area, because the Russian Navy generally does not serve that much of a strategic risk to the Ukrainians as it did in the earlier days in the war when it was far larger, far more armed, and also based much closer to Ukraine inside the port of Sevastopol. For this reason, while the Ukrainians do conduct some attacks on the Vostochny Rayon from here to there, it's highly unlikely that this was one of the attacked targets that was in Novorossiysk last night. They also might have hit the fuel loading facility just up here that actually loads ships with marine-grade fuels. You can actually see the storage depot here for that, and you can also see the fueling dock right here for that as well. It is possible that they may have tried to hit that and knock out the fuel loading facility, as that may also knock out the port of Novorossiysk for a temporary period of time while they try to effect repairs on that facility and get it back up into operational order. Lastly, they might, and this is a very heavy might, a highly unlikely one at that, they might have tried to hit the floating dry docks that the Russian Federation has based here at Novorossiysk. These are pretty much here on a near-permanent basis, and basically are semi-permanent slash absolutely permanent dry docks that basically never get moved out of Novorossiysk. They may have tried to hit these because they might have further plans of hitting the Russian Navy at some later attack, and they not want the Russian Federation to have any abilities to load up damaged vessels into dry docks and attempt repairs on them. That is also a fairly likely instance as well, but highly unlikely compared to the others. It's highly likely they went for something dealing with oil infrastructure within the city. But we've also been able to hear, in other terms, that there has been other major attacks that have happened throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation, but also an incredibly important amount of reciprocal attacks that the Russian Federation has conducted inside of Ukraine that have caused significant issues. And this is a largely more of an overarching issue that we have been able to hear about tonight. The Russian Federation has been conducting attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure and strategic military infrastructure throughout the entirety of the war, basically ever since the first day. However, recently the Russian Federation has been going for an absolutely brutal campaign of attempting to strike and completely destroy the Ukrainian power grid nationwide. They have tried this in prior times, but in prior times historically, they never really had the amount of munitions and also the capabilities to be able to conduct large attacks with drone forces that would truly have an attempt at massively overwhelming Ukrainian air defenses and causing significant damage. However, recently, the Russian Federation has been able to get its manufacturing capability, or generally their shipments from China, up to such a number that they are able to start attacking Ukraine nightly with over 1,000 drones or more. We've even been seeing that recently the numbers are getting high as about 14 to 1,500 drones per night. Ukrainian air defenses are trying to deal with these the best they can, and the air defense interception rates are still, wildly enough, amazingly high. The Ukrainians usually are able to intercept 85 to 90% of all incoming Russian drones and missiles throughout most incoming air attacks in the present day, even over the past 2 weeks. But the problem is that even with an 85 to 90% interception rate, if you have an 85 to 90% interception rate against 1,500 incoming targets, that still means that at least 150 to 200 of those are making it through to be able to hit their targets. That means that there's 150 to 200 impact sites that the Russians are able to get every single night and cause significant damage on. And this has certainly started to show within the Ukrainian power grid. And the power grid in Kyiv has largely been knocked out, and right now there's rolling blackouts that are generally ongoing throughout the entirety of the day, and electricity in Kyiv is only available for about 4 to 6 hours a day. Additionally, most other cities around the country are also dealing with additionally difficult situations with their energy infrastructure and power grids. Recently, the Russian Federation has started to attack electrical substations that actually feed directly into the major nuclear power plants that Ukraine operates. Ukraine is one of the largest nuclear power plant operators per capita in the entirety of the world. As a matter of fact, the only near competitor that they have for nuclear power production in the entirety of Europe is actually the French Republic, which also produces something around 70% of all of its power through nuclear means. The state of Ukraine also has a very similar number to that as well. Recently, the Russians have started to attack the electrical substations that feed these nuclear power plants, backup and operational electricity, to the point that the Ukrainians have actually had to turn these reactors largely off. And also explain why this is a bit of an issue, because some people are probably thinking, why in the world does a nuclear power plant have to be connected to power to be able to run? It's a great question. The reason why a nuclear power plant has to be connected to a larger electrical grid is because every single nuclear power plant has to be able to run emergency systems which require electricity. If the nuclear power plant for some reason goes offline, say it's disconnected from the grid, it will be able to turn on its emergency generators and begin a scram, which is basically a quick shutoff process for the reactor to where it largely goes into a mostly dormant state. However, the problem with that is that if it's not connected to the power grid in general, it also isn't able to run other systems as a part of the nuclear power plant, like raising and lowering its control rods and also its actual fuel rods, which makes control of the nuclear reactor largely impossible under those circumstances, unless if the emergency generators are on a 24/7 constant basis, which cannot be done. Additionally, if it's not connected to the electrical substations, while it also isn't receiving power, it also can't put the power out onto the larger grid. meaning that this is posing a lot of issues altogether. And according to what we have been able to hear, just to make sure to get you all the official statements, according to Ukraine's energy company, all nuclear power plants in Ukraine, or Ukrainian-controlled territory, have stopped generating electricity. The reason is the failure of key high-voltage substations through which electricity from nuclear power plants is transmitted into the grid. As a result, the power deficit has sharply increased. And this is, of course, a major issue. Right now, with the Ukrainians dealing with significant energy blackouts and the Russian Federation attacking large numbers of substations and electrical power plants throughout the entirety of the country, these nuclear power plants were incredibly important in being able to operate the Ukrainian power grid at large. With these now generally disconnected from the grid and having to go offline for the large part because of that, this is only exacerbating the electrical and humanitarian situation inside of Ukraine, as millions of people inside of the Ukrainian state are currently without power, and right now it's about negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit inside the state of Ukraine, basically nationwide. The situation is incredibly difficult, and a lot of people are talking about what the Russians' larger strategy or plan is with knocking out the substations that are basically taking the nuclear power plants offline and creating the nuclear crisis that we're seeing right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so it cannot be understated how serious this situation is. Some people have really underplayed this today, but it's a big deal. Russia, according to what we know, has intentionally attacked substations that they are fully aware were connected to nuclear power stations, which means you could argue this is an indirect attack on the nuclear infrastructure inside of Ukraine. It's literally one step removed from actually striking the nuclear facility itself. So very serious. And the fact that they've had to declare emergency shutdowns at several nuclear power plants, that's also a very bad sign, because what that means is they've had to resort to emergency backup generators to keep the cooling systems running, because you cannot keep all the reactors running on backup generators. It's simply not possible, because if something happens, like let's say one of the generators happens to fail, then you're going to have a deficit in cooling systems, and then you're going to potentially be looking at a meltdown, a slow meltdown of one or two of those reactors, which you cannot allow to happen. So I would personally say that, well, first of all, let's go over the poll results. 71% said Russia's trying to cut all Ukrainian power. That's their main goal. While 21% said Russia's trying to cause a nuclear meltdown, and 4% said it seems a bit overblown by Ukraine. And I would say they're not overblowing it one bit. In fact, Ukraine is likely understating it a little bit of how serious this actually is, because right now, there is no nuclear power generation across the entire country of Ukraine. That has never happened before, by the way. This is the first time that's ever happened starting tonight. So I think it's a mix. I think Russia is once again continuing their energy strikes on Ukrainian territory, but also it's a bit of a nuclear attack or threat, because this has the potential to go sideways. If we start seeing emergency generators start to fail, that puts us into a nuclear crisis territory at that point, which we're one step removed from it at this point. So I'm kind of in between, actually. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would believe that the Russian Federation is trying to cut off all of the power inside of Ukraine, including that from nuclear reactors. Electricity is a strategically important resource for any nation that is in a war, because electricity allows for buildings to be able to operate in terms of wartime production. It allows for the citizenry to be able to live and conduct their normal lives. It allows for transportation to be operated. It basically allows for a great deal of things. Electricity is about as important for a nation in wartime as oil and coal is. So I would generally say that, in my opinion, I think that the Russian Federation is trying to conduct a concerted strategy to knock the power out, not only to send hundreds of thousands, if not millions of citizens into freezing conditions and largely terrorize them or kill them off through that, but to also be able to try and ensure that the Ukrainians' strategic infrastructure and factories are no longer able to operate at their maximum capacity and produce the weapons of war that the Ukrainians have been using to great effect against the Russians on the front line, like FPV drones and other forms of weaponry. So I would say that that's probably what the Russian Federation is trying to do right here in this attempt, but a form of a nuclear meltdown would most likely be generally unlikely, at least from what I would say as far as their end goal. Nuclear meltdown inside of Ukraine would be a disaster for Ukraine, but it also would be a disaster for Russia. Funnily enough, most of the prevailing winds inside of this area generally send the radioactive debris from, say, a nuclear reactor issue north and eastwards first, meaning that if any sort of a nuclear reactor in Ukraine went into a meltdown, it's highly likely that the prevailing winds over those next several weeks would take most of that radioactive fallout and start flinging it across Ukraine and on into Russia, which really wouldn't be that good of a deal, or into Belarus. It would eventually make it into the Baltic states and some of the Scandinavian countries eventually, much like it did with Chernobyl, but that would be largely smaller amounts compared to near to the radiological zones that would be created as a result of those forms of meltdowns. So I have a feeling that it's not really meltdowns that they're wanting to go for to just cause maximum damage at this point. I have a feeling that they're highly likely trying to knock out the electricity to the factories that produce Ukraine's weaponry in mass these days inside of Ukraine, and they're also possibly trying to terrorize the civilians again, because terrorism is one of Russia's best used strategies that, at least they believe in their minds, works fairly well for them.
Yeah, and also by the way, another thing that I see people asking in the live chat, they're saying, so now that the nuclear facilities are being taken offline and they're not generating power, how is Ukraine going to justify or try to compensate for the difference? Now they're in a huge energy deficit because obviously nuclear power provided a lot of electricity for the entire country. So what are they going to do now? They're generally getting compensated by Poland power. Poland is providing electricity and basically selling it to Ukraine. I'm not really sure if they're giving it to them, but they're providing it in some way or another to Ukraine to sort of make up for the deficit. So Ukraine is on a basis of rolling blackouts, especially in the capital city of Kyiv right now. We're getting word that Kyiv currently only has about 6 to 7 hours a day of power, which is obviously not good because it's right in the middle of winter and it's very cold. But they are getting some Polish help, which is good news. But it's not really clear if that's enough to make up for all that massive deficit that's now been knocked out by the Russian attacks.
And as you can see right here, this is also something important to note. Nuclear power, even in the year of 2024, accounted for the lion's share of all Ukrainian power production. It's something around 60% of the national grid, which most other countries in Europe, only except France, do not have this sort of nuclear power production figure as far as what makes up the power on their grid in a large majority. With these nuclear power plants out tonight, that means that the coal, gas, oil, hydropower, wind, and solar power plants, or power generators, are the only ones that are online, which means that only about 40% of the Ukrainian grid, at best, is operational right now. The other 60% is entirely out. As far as energy production, and coal, gas, and oil plants have also been hit and damaged in the past to somewhat significant degrees. Generally meaning that there is a very small amount of the energy grid that's currently operating inside of Ukraine, and it does appear that the Russians are continuing to try and do this to try and get an upper hand, at least strategically, on the Ukrainians, and also largely hinder their wartime production to put Russia on a somewhat equal footing. But it doesn't really seem like that's working all too well, because the Ukrainians have been conducting those major attacks inside the Russian Federation today that have largely been unparalleled except for the past few weeks, generally in the entirety of the war. And moving us on up and into the area of Belgorod, we have been able to see what can only be described as the largest attacks on Belgorod in the history of the war. Over the course of 24 hours, Belgorod has been bombarded for every single period of that 24-hour time frame. This has never happened before in the entirety of the war, and apparently it's because Belgorod does serve as a major strategic logistics hub for the Russian army in northern Ukraine, and also serves as a major staging point for the Russians that are currently fighting near Vovchansk in the Kharkiv Oblast. For those reasons, the Ukrainians are conducting major strikes on this area to knock out the power and to ensure that Russian logistics are far slower to operate within this area due to that fact. Inside of Belgorod today, we got endless footage of the crazy attacks that have been going on. So I'm going to just go ahead and show all of them to y'all. There have been three major, I guess you could say, waves of attacks. It's really never let up, but there's been what we are calling three major waves at this point. And I'm just going to show y'all all of them, regardless of what wave they are, without showing it in time sequence, just to give y'all a general idea of what it's been looking like for 24 straight hours in Belgorod. So here is our first clip. This is one of our most recent ones. We hear the explosions in the distance. They appear to be off to the left side of the screen.
Oh, sounds like some thunder.
Sounds like some sort of a airburst, honestly. We'll show y'all in a second what it really is. You also see someone walking down there with a strobing flashlight.
Typically, you want your flashlights not to strobe. You want them to be constant.
Someone out there in the distance right now is having a seizure because of that flashlight. Not really a good move. We also were able to see this little interesting clip. This is a slow-mo, a longer clip that I'm about to show y'all here in a second. This is the Belgorod thermal heat and power plant, which has been hit about 1 million times at this point in the last 2 weeks by the Ukrainians. And a lot of people have always been wondering, what in the world has been hitting the Belgorod thermal heat and power plant? And we finally got an answer today because someone was able to catch an incoming round and watch it explode on the power plant. So let's take a look. It's a HIMARS round. It's a GMLRS.
Wow. That's crazy. I've never really seen that in a still frame like that. That's impressive footage.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you see airburst right over the thermal heat and power plant right there.
I tell you what, Ukraine is dedicated on this facility right here. They have tried to hit this thermal power plant in Belgorod. I think it's been several times over the last week alone. Like, they are dedicated to knocking this thing completely out. Isn't this like the crux of the area? Like, if they take out this thermal power plant, Belgorod's out of power. I think some of Kursk is also out of power. This one provides a pretty good, decent bit of power for the entire region.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, most of the Belgorod Oblast would be without power, and some of the near border regions to the Belgorod Oblast would also be out of power as well. So they are slamming this thing with purpose, because it's basically going to wipe out the entirety of the Belgorod Oblast for any real usable purpose for the Russians.
Yeah, it seems like it as well. Also, by the way, it seems like the HIMARS, do we know what the actual damage aftermath from this was? Because I think this is one of the first times they used the HIMARS rockets on this facility. I think before they were using drones to hit it. So I wonder what we can see from this one.
Well, I mean, I can't totally say exactly what kind of damage was caused, but I can show you the video where the HIMARS were exploding over the factory. I mean, the thermal heat and power plant, and that might give you a little bit of an idea. Would you like to see it?
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it.
Let's take a look.
Капец полный, бля.
Oh!
Какая жесть.
I think the answer is a lot. Like, I think that might be your answer.
I think that would that clap your eardrums out too if you're in the vicinity. That's a pretty loud thing, that air burst.
Man, that clapped out boosted HIMARS round. Like, it really is something. Oh, and there's another. Oh, there it is.
Туда попал еще. Ой, офигеть. Бля.
Oh, what was that? I heard a little pop there.
Фух. Вроде всё.
But that's the end of that clip. That's generally the long form of the clip of the Ukrainians hitting that power plant. Additionally, we also got to see another attack in Belgorod in this clip. Oh! Oubliette! Oubliette!
Belgorod getting hit. I tell you what, damn, Belgorod's getting it tough today.
Oh, and here's one last one. This one's a longer one, actually showing one of the midday attacks. This would have been most likely during the first or the second wave of attacks to happen today. Oh, those classic air sirens. Gotta love them.
Oh,
It's quite a lot of impacts.
feeling like World War II.
За Родину! Man, I like the Russians going back to the Second World War. They're de-evolving.
Куда ты голая вышла?
Man, I tell you what.
Sadly, folks, you can't really see the explosions. They're actually pointing the camera at the explosions, but because of the heavy fog in the area, because it's more towards the morning hours, we sadly can't actually see the explosions through the fog, but you can hear them.
You know what's really wild about all this stuff is watching this footage, and obviously it's kind of creepy with the air defense sirens going off and everything like that, and the explosions. That the border towns of Russia are essentially living like World War II style aerial attacks, even with the sirens. Even down to that fact is the same. Like, they're really living in that environment. For the Russians living near Ukraine, they are living an entirely different life than the people in Moscow are living by a long shot. And the crazy part is Putin does nothing. Like, he's changed zero variables to protect the border cities inside of Russia. He could care less. They're basically expendable.
Man, the border cities are literally open to attacks every day. Like, they basically are attacked every day. And what's crazy is that nobody in Russia really seems to buck it all too much publicly. They're just like, this is what it is. It's like, I thought y'all were supposed to be, winning this war in 3 days. 4 years later, y'all are getting bombed like it's the Second World War. It's like, maybe this is showing that y'all might not be winning. I don't know. Like, I feel like that would be my concept of this whole situation, is that if I was a Russian citizen living in one of these border towns, I would kind of feel like we aren't really winning, because it's 4 years later. This war is now longer than the Second World War, and also we're getting bombed inside of Russia now, if we're speaking as a Russian. That doesn't really seem like winning, That's kind of like how the Germans in the Second World War were saying, we have won a glorious victory on the outskirts of Berlin, the Soviets are crumbling. It's like, wait a minute, the Soviets are outside of Berlin? It's like, that doesn't sound like winning. I remember we were like, right outside of Moscow not too long ago. What happened with it? Like, it's a very similar thing with this. And now, silence falls over the area. But we can hear some
The only part of this that's unfair is that Kyiv, which is the capital of Ukraine, they're currently freezing. A lot of civilians are there because they're out of power and they're having rolling blackouts. The unfair part is the main easiest way for Ukraine to retaliate proportionally is to attack the border cities inside of Russia. It's not really as easy to attack, for example, Moscow and the surrounding suburbs to make it very proportional. It's not as easy to do that. So largely, Moscow still lives in relative peace, at least generally speaking, but the capital of Ukraine doesn't, which, isn't quite proportional, but that's kind of unfair to the Ukrainians.
Yeah, I would agree. It certainly is. You also hear just a faint little sound of secondary explosions, and then the video ends. But, as you can see through all of these clips, throughout the entirety of the day, Belgorod has been hammered profusely by the Ukrainian armed forces. Additionally, we also were able to hear that Bryansk has apparently been attacked. It wasn't well documented, but Bryansk is without power, apparently. Maybe next time in Moscow, as Putin said. Isn't that funny?
Maybe next time in Moscow.
I'll tell y'all, folks, this clip is so blurry, it's really hard to tell what. But here in a second, you can see that you can't really see a squat in this clip. All you can really do is hear stuff and see the giant watermark. So we're going to be moving on from that, and we're going to be moving on down into Kursk, where we also get to see that in the Kursk Oblast, or in the city of Kursk, apparently a gas station went up. Here's the clip. Oh, look at that. It's a drone.
What the?
Oh,
wow. What in the world? Wait a minute, and where was this again?
This was in Kursk.
In Kursk? How in the world that little bitty thing make it all the way out there? Was that launched from inside of Russia?
One word, Enforcer Matt. One word. Persistence. Man, like, it's going to be like the McDonald's movie.
Was it launched from inside of Russia?
But from what we know, it was actually launched from the Ukrainian border and just flew on up there. I mean, it's not that far. It's like 30 miles. So it just, bebopped up there and hit the gas station.
Well, that's pretty interesting there. That thing just kind of flew in slow. Like it didn't look like the normal FPV drone. Like it kind of flew in like a civilian drone or something, like a normal basic one or something. That was kind of weird.
Yeah, I would have to say it is pretty weird. I will have to agree with you. And also, we were able to see that outside of Belgorod, Novorossiysk, and Bryansk, which seemed to be hit the heaviest, we also were able to confirm that in the area around Balashov, there was also an oil depot that was hit.
Здесь вот прям бахнуло, вот прям при нас, вот, блядь, горит нахуй.
This guy said, look, the effing oil depot was hit. Effing idiots. That's literally what he said. But anyways, moving on from that, we also get to see the fire on the oil depot right there.
Сирена? Да, сирена. А там что-то прям горит.
And we also get to see in this clip as well a little bit of the mangled damage around the area of the outskirts of the oil depot. So interesting to note. We also were able to see that way up north of Moscow, because we're about to get into Moscow here in a second. Well, actually, we're kind of going to get into something else here in a moment, but up in the Tver region, we also were able to confirm that the Redkinsky experimental chemical plant was also hit and destroyed last night. It looks like it's already on fire, but what is that, another drone?
Oh,
bleh!
oh man, Oh my god, the only air defense they had was what, small arms? I heard like a little popping right before it hit.
Man, they had Vadim out there with an MP-153, and he was trying his best, bro.
Man, this just and he wasn't even emptying the mag. He was like very gently like conserving his ammo too. You just hear a little pop, 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 pop. He was barely firing.
Dude, the company told him, due to budget cuts, you only get to fire 5 rounds at an incoming drone. So he's like, make them count. Pop, pop, pop. Oh, damn, it hit. Oh, well.
So much for any air defense around that thing. I guess they didn't care about much to the chemical factory.
Man, I tell you, man, for these Russian companies, these oil companies to be hemorrhaging money, they really don't put a lot of their money into protecting the few assets they have that are still working anymore. You know, like the chemical companies, the oil companies, anybody. Like, nobody ever shells out any money to actually get some proper defense around their places. But moving on out of that, folks, we do have to get y'all into the biggin that we've had a poll on right now, because this is a very interesting sounding one. Apparently, according to the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, he has stated that Ukrainian intelligence has learned of a draft of a supposed $12 trillion U.S.-Russia economic deal dubbed the Dmitriev package, according to President Zelensky. He warned it may touch on Ukrainian sovereignty and security, adding that Ukraine will reject any agreements made without Ukraine. This is something that we don't really know is 100% confirmed, but considering that it's coming out of Ukrainian intelligence, this gives it a little bit more credence than normal. The fact that Zelensky would speak on it, and the fact that Ukrainian intelligence was apparently the one to learn this information, possibly showing that while the U.S. has been pretending to negotiate between the between the Russians and the Ukrainians to try and end the war, in reality, the U.S. is doing what it classically does, which is deal-making in the worst form. And a lot of people are wondering what in the world is going on with this, and what is the likely course of action from here, now that this information has been heard in the public. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so Ukraine is claiming that they've gotten word that in the background, the U.S. officials are allegedly negotiating a $12 trillion economic deal with the Russian Federation, and Ukraine's very concerned about that. So what are your thoughts? 37% said the U.S. will likely do the deal, while 30% said the U.S. will not do the deal, and 18% said the deal won't mean much anyway. So let's put this into perspective for a second. $12 trillion is about 1/3 of the entire national United States debt, the massive debt that we hold as a country. Russia is dead broke. They don't have any money, and they're being propped up by foreign nations, including China, to prevent their economy from going completely bankrupt and bust. So where the hell is Russia going to come up with money to support a $12 trillion economic deal when they don't even generate that type of money, even in their GDP? So the deal won't mean much. Even if this is real, it's not going to mean anything. So, you know, if we're willing to sign a deal like this, I got something to sell as well, by the way. If they want to come talk to me, I can sell you the whole universe if you're up for this deal. Or I can sell you some magic beans or something, because you'd have to be a clown to go into a deal like this with a country that can't even support something like this of this magnitude, $12 trillion. But Enforcer, what say you?
So Russia has an economy, folks, of $2.2 trillion. So in short, that means that Russia would have a trade deal or some sort of a deal with the United States that is worth 6 times their economic value yearly, if this deal is actually real. I will say this, however, if this is some sort of a deal that actually is going on in the background, or at least being talked about between Russia and the United States government does currently have a bit of a tendency to exaggerate things, like, you know, the United States has earned $500 trillion or some sort of exorbitant number like that over the course of a year. That there's a very decent sort of a major exaggeration. I mean, like, for example, here's another statement that we can talk about that we can say is a clear exaggeration. Due to the tariff revenues, we can now increase the military budget by $500 billion, and we can also give out checks to every single American in the thousands of dollars, basically to 170 million Americans that are working. The tariff revenues were only, at the time that statement was made, $250 billion, yet somehow it was explained that $250 billion is apparently the basket of fish and bread from the Bible that Jesus was carrying around, because $250 billion was able to turn into $500 billion to increase the military budget with, and then about a couple dozen or 100 billion more to give out several $1,000 checks to every single American in the country as some sort of a tariff bonus, from what we were hearing, which just tariffs can't exist. I mean, there's no numbers that the tariffs would ever add up to make that value. So it's highly likely that any sort of a trade deal with the Russian Federation would be highly exaggerated to be $12 trillion, but in reality, it would be basically peanuts. The best it could be is maybe several $100 million, maybe a couple of billion, if we're talking about an exorbitantly great deal with the Russians, but it would never turn into trillions of dollars. It just wouldn't. Like, it literally cannot. Because you can't extract $12 trillion out of a deal with a country that has a GDP that's the size of the state of Texas. If that's the case, then the United States ought to go make a deal with Texas and make it a $30 trillion trade deal, because you could probably get a lot more out of Texas than you could Russia at that point.
Yeah, and also it's like, what does this $12 trillion economic deal even consist of? Because Russia's main sectors of industry that constitutes their GDP, their gross domestic product, is mainly oil, natural gas, and mining. So, it's like we already have enough oil, natural gas, and also minerals and things like this. We already have access to it. So what are they even possibly providing us to constitute a deal of that magnitude? There's nothing that they have that we could want that bad. And also, another thing that is just common sense, this is kind of obvious. Why are we looking to sign a possible deal with a country that's committing almost the equivalent of a genocide inside of Ukraine, just wiping civilians out, trying to freeze them to death in the winter, and also trying to take an entire country that's not theirs? I mean, that's pretty obvious that we shouldn't be doing that. So hopefully Ukrainians simply have information that's wrong, and maybe this isn't being negotiated, possibly, because if it is being negotiated, this could be one of the most stupid things I've ever heard of, because even the logic doesn't support this, even from a logical standpoint.
Also, I see a lot of people talking about, but America doesn't have precious metals. The Russia doesn't either. Like, hardly none. Like, they have titanium, and that's it. But you can get titanium from many other places rather than Russia these days. So we don't need the Russians for titanium. We don't really need them for anything. And another thing that I have to say, folks, is that why in the world would we make a major deal with the Russians that, let's just go with the hypothetical $12 trillion amount. Russia is clearly an enemy of the United States, so we're going to go funnel money into an enemy of the United States of America to only make them stronger and more economically resilient? What type of sense does that have? That doesn't have any sense in it at all. I mean, if that is a good idea, then everyone who's saying that China is really an enemy of the United States right now ought to just never say that again. Because, yeah, China's an enemy, Russia is too. But we're going to go pump $12 trillion into Russia, but then also act like China's a problem? Why? What's the difference? I mean, we're trying to cut our relations with China because they are an open threat and an imminent issue to the United States strategically within Eastern Europe. Why the hell would we have the opposite viewpoint with Russia and go, yeah, they pose an imminent threat and strategic risk to U.S. forces in Europe and our European allies, but let's completely forget that and let's go start pumping money into Russia so that way they can even become more successful, to have more money to work with, build up an even larger and more potent military, and then they can go at this again, and then we can all act shocked. Wasn't it in 2017 that the current president said that it was a dumb idea for the Germans to build the Nord Stream 2 pipeline because the Russians are an imminent threat to the security of Europe, and that it would be a major mistake because they're basically funding and financing the Russian Federation's government to be able to build up an army that would be capable of eventually going to war with Europe and invading Ukraine and generally destabilizing the region? Wasn't it the same president that said that? And the answer is yes, it was. So why in the world would we even be in the background talking about a deal like this? It makes no logical sense.
And also, one thing that also doesn't make sense is we had heard that the U.S. was helping Ukraine target the Russian shadow fleet. All those strikes that we saw on the alleged Russian ships that were carrying oil for Russia, those strikes were conducted with U.S. intelligence by the Ukrainian armed forces on those vessels. So we're also seeing around Venezuela several different ships that are Russian flagged under, fake flags of convenience because it's a shadow fleet. The U.S. is seizing those vessels and keeping the oil off of them. So we're doing all of that, I would assume, with the intent to hurt the Russian economy. So if we're trying to hurt their economy to bring them to the negotiating table, then why would we be signing a $12 trillion deal with them to basically offset that? That wouldn't make much sense from a logical standpoint whatsoever, unless the U.S. is, talking to them behind closed doors and reassuring them that even though we're doing something to their tankers, we're going to make up for it in a different way. I mean, that could be possible, but I'm I'm sort of leaning toward the idea that this deal right here probably isn't as real as Ukraine's making it out to be. I don't know why Ukraine would say something like this without information to back it up, but it just seems hard to believe that a $12 trillion deal could be signed with a country that doesn't even produce enough industry or materials to support a deal of that size.
I would say I would agree. I think this is being heavily exaggerated, but still at the same time, it's possible because we do know the Russians have endlessly been talking about, think of the economic deals, to the president. And so this is, I mean, if they're saying this, it's probably likely that this could be the case because I don't really think the Ukrainians would come out with a statement like this, basically smearing the U.S. and saying they're basically looking to betray us without any reasonable or credible information to go ahead with that statement. Because if they did that and there was no credible information behind this claim, they're basically possibly torpedoing U.S. relations on an assumption without any proof.
Yeah, maybe so, possibly. We'll just have to wait and see on this one. It seems like if they were negotiating this, because you know how the bragging likes to happen with the United States.
Yeah.
It seems like they'd be bragging about being close to finalizing that deal. Like, they're closers, they're deal closers. They got to brag about closing deals. I haven't heard anything from the U.S. officials about this yet. I've never seen them make any statements about it. I've never heard anything about this. The only way we've heard about it is through Ukraine. So I'm going to wait for more details about it. I'm personally a little bit doubtful, a little bit questionable of the story, but I wouldn't put it past the U.S. officials to do something that stupid, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I mean, it could also be as well that they're working off of maybe, say, a recording of something from somewhere, and the president has this way of saying, drug prices are down 600%, 800%. The U.S. has gained $30 trillion this year through my actions. I completely rebuilt the military. It never existed before I was with the president. NATO didn't even exist before I was the president. Those sorts of things. Like, it's likely that could be an exaggerated claim that they're working with, but that's the best that they have. And so they just went with that. Because we already know that a lot of other stuff is exaggerated. Like, tariff revenues have produced trillions of dollars, when in reality, every single federal report shows that they probably produced at this point $350 billion of revenue. And that's about it at this current day and age right now. So, it might have been an exaggerated claim, but the Ukrainians are running with it because they're like, we don't really know what the total amount is. We just heard 12 trillion, so we'll just run with that. But we do know that they're apparently talking about some form of a possible deal between the two countries that doesn't even involve Ukraine. That might also be likely as well. But moving on from that, though, we do have to get y'all into some other major news out of Moscow. Something that I gotta say, this is something that is wildly interesting to me because I have to point this out. It's very important to talk about because the Russians work a lot of disinformation within the West on this very topic, which is immigration. The Russians generally run propaganda within the West that the Western world is falling, particularly Europe and the United States, because they allow for immigrants to enter their country, or, as they're called sometimes, migrant laborers. This has been a very large propaganda pushing point by the Russian Federation, especially since the early 2010s, to the point that it's largely become ingrained in most political discussions and really most modern dialogue and discourse about national health in most Western countries over about the past decade. What's interesting about that, though, is that while the Russians do paint that propaganda picture of the West, generally Europe and the United States, they generally say the opposite about themselves. They actually protect themselves. They don't allow in immigrants, and they generally keep the Russian Federation Russian, as they say, as it should be intended. But the problem is, folks, is that reality only exists in fantasy. It's a lot like a fairy tale, because the Russian Federation's been losing a lot of men lately. About 1 million or so, a little bit more than 1 million, really. I think it's about 1.5 right now, wounded and killed. So that's quite a large number, considering that it's coming from a country that only has about 110 million people living in it, meaning that about 1.5% of the population, and if we're talking about men, it's more so about 3 to 4% of the male population has been wounded or killed so far in the war in Ukraine, generally meaning that an entire generation has been wiped out in Russia at this point, if you look at their current population statistics. Now, what's interesting about that is that the Russians, of course, obviously, because their propaganda, if we were to assume to be, if it was assumed to be true, they clearly don't take in migrant workers because they say that they're invading Europe and the United States and they're just destroying Europe and the United States. That would make no sense at all if they did the same. Well, it actually turns out that they are in official negotiations, I mean literal official negotiations, with the Indian and Sri Lankan governments to bring in as many Indian and Sri Lankan laborers as possible to replace the killed Russians from the war in Ukraine. So, not like, this is the thing that I gotta say is a little bit funny about this one here. what's crazy is that with Europe and the United States, immigration is a very passive thing. We're never in official negotiations with foreign countries like, say, India or Sri Lanka or Japan or South Korea and saying, hey, can you bring over this many number of people or can you send them our way? We never have done that. Immigration is a very passive thing, whether it's through refugees or migrant laborers and so on, here in the Western world entirely. Russia has gone to official negotiations with Modi and also the head of the Sri Lankan government to ask them how many Indians and Sri Lankans can they send to Russia to just replace the workforce that's been killed off in the war, basically. So it appears that while the Russians keep this propaganda narrative in the West going, some people who might be a little bit more keen and attentive might note that the Russians are quite legitimately, if we were going off of the replacement propaganda they work off of, they're literally replacing all of their killed men in the war in Ukraine with foreign laborers that will just replace their position in the Russian economy and just keep the economy rolling without any Russians involved in the equation. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now? Because it does seem to be going really against that propaganda narrative that Russia has been working off of for, about more than 10 years at this point, really more like 13 years. So what are they thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so first of all, to get a better idea of this poll question here, paint this picture in your mind. Russia going around and snatching their own young men off the streets that have their whole lives ahead of them, and they're waiting to get into careers, whatever career options they have available inside of Russia, they're waiting to get into it. But instead, you have the recruiters, or the, I guess you could say the gangs of recruiters, roaming the streets and grabbing these guys up and sending them into the meat grinder to last barely 2 weeks on the front line before getting butchered by the Ukrainian armed forces defending their territory. And in the meantime, while that's happening in such large numbers that they're losing an entire generation, the Russian government says, let's just bring in a whole bunch of workers from India to replace all the young men that had their lives ahead of them, and we'll just do that. That's what we're looking at right here. That's actually how bad the situation really is. So 60% said it's likely due to Russian battlefield losses that Russia's bringing in these foreign migrant workers, while 21% says to exploit the cheaper labor costs, and 15% said it's due to poor economic conditions. And I truly believe it is due to the Russian battlefield losses. And that's a really sad reality to face, because that means that every industry inside of Russia is having such major losses of manpower due to the meat grinder situation inside of Ukraine that they have to bring in foreign workers to supplement it. But here's my question, though. For all the Indian workers that are jumping at this opportunity, because it's just an opportunity that you can't refuse, I would be a little bit weary of doing that if I was an Indian citizen, because there is a big possibility that if Russia runs into more manpower issues on the front lines, they might just start turning toward those migrant workers and saying, hey, we have a new job for you. We have a job on the front line for you. We'll pay you a little bit extra. And all of a sudden, the Indian workers find themselves fighting in the meat grinder, just like the Russian young men that got butchered previously. So it's a mess. Like, this is really truly a mess right here, of magnitudes of unbelievable proportion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that it is one hell of a mess. And generally, from what we know, this has been done because a large amount of the Russian men who have gone off to war have either been wounded or killed. And generally, when we're talking about combat casualties that are generally compiled, wounded and killed are basically in the same category. They're basically out of the workforce now. If you lose an arm or a leg, unfortunately, especially in Russia, you're never going to get a job again. You're basically a pensioner for the rest of your life if you can ever get a pension. So that means that right now, out of about the 70 million strong workforce in Russia, about 1.5 million of them, which is a very large percentage, if we're speaking about just a element of the workforce just wiped out over about 4 years, that's an incredibly large number that is not being replaced. They have to find some way to replace them. And we've already seen Russians on Telegram and elsewhere showing endless videos of steel mill work lines for people clocking into the steel mill are almost entirely now Indian or Sri Lankan or some other form of a Southeast Asian nation population that has moved into Russia and is basically taking over the role of working in these factories and mills to keep the Russian bottom line kind of all right, as best as it can be. And so we already know that there's been a large amount of migrant workers heading out of India and elsewhere into Russia as a result of those videos, which show clear proof of such things happening. And not only that, It also is something to point out that the Russians are apparently in such bad straits that they're now having to get in open negotiations with the Indians and the Sri Lankans to try and have them encourage or even send their people more so up into the area of Russia than anywhere else, because they need to get more workers in to be able to keep the shareholders happy in Russia and everything else. And I saw some people saying something I do have to say is quite funny. I've seen apparently what is some American viewers telling us that we have no clue what's going on in Europe. And I really want to quickly say for a minute, the propaganda blows a lot of what's going on out of proportion in Europe, because
I wouldn't get into this if I were you. Just gets highly political. I would skip that topic.
but it's generally propaganda, though. I mean, like, people can argue it till the cows come home. But if your country is still something along the lines of 90% British and it's 9% other ethnic groups that have immigrated compared to the United States, which is a totally different percentage, that's way larger. And for some reason, America isn't collapsing because of that, but Britain is. That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
I would steer clear of that one. That's about probably the worst thing we can touch on right now. But also, by the way, I see a lot of people in the chat saying that how come the Russians don't simply go get more North Koreans? Because they were getting North Korean workers for a while, and mainly they were getting North Korean soldiers is the main thing they were trying to do. So they were bringing them in. They were so bad on the front lines that they had to send them back off the front lines because they were getting butchered so bad. So I'm no offense like to the North Korean citizens, because I don't really necessarily have anything against the North Korean citizens, but they don't have enough actual skills to be valuable inside of Russia. They live in a hermit kingdom cut off from the rest of the world, and they're simply not up to modern day spec because of that to actually be useful to the Russians. So that's why they're looking toward India and Sri Lanka, because the Indian workers, they do generally know what they're doing. They're good in tech and other things like that, and Russia's bringing them in for that reason, because they have real viable skills that they could use inside of Russia. So that's why they're probably not using North Koreans.
Yeah, I would have to agree. North Koreans really don't have any skills. But moving on from that, we also have been able to hear, folks, and something else that's a little bit of a shocking development. Apparently, the Russians are saying that they're going to be basically adhering to the New START treaty, although it's expired, while they try and work on the framework for a new treaty. That's at least what they're saying right now. I wouldn't really know if that would be believable or not, but that is something that they currently have ongoing. And one last important note, before we get to the rest of our news outside of Russia, or generally the rest of the news that we have on the map, because we still have a little bit more inside of Russia, as a matter of fact. We have also been able to hear that the general that was shot yesterday, Alexeyev, I believe his name is Vladimir Alexeyev, has actually emerged from a coma and has survived by the skin of his teeth the attempted assassination that happened yesterday in Moscow. So apparently, he's alive. And it's now believed that he wasn't shot by a Ukrainian assassin. He might have been shot by an assassin that was hired from another Russian general to go and take the guy out. Because the guy has actually been involved in screwing over a decent amount of people for from what is alleged at the moment, basically his own personal gain, or to protect the Putin regime, even at the expense of others that may not even be against or disloyal to the Putin regime. So apparently it's now believed that he may have actually been shot by a hitman that was hired by a Russian general or someone else in the Russian government to take the guy out, because they slighted him prior, and now they're trying to get back at him. So apparently this is some outside of everything going on in the world. Apparently the Ukrainians might have not been highly involved in this, if at all, and it might have been an internally Russian affair. So a really interesting sort of a development there, to say the least. One last thing, though, before we move on out of Russia, we do have to get up to Vyborg. Vyborg is actually pretty interesting, folks, because historically, the town's actually Finnish. And let me go show you what the Finnish border looked like. Finnish border in, say, 1930. Let's go with 1930, just to show you all this really quickly. So here we are. So this border here, if we show you all this is called Greater Finland, but it's not really Greater Finland. It's more so just historically Finland. These areas in blue here that are across this red line are actually what used to be a part of Finland before the Winter War of 1939. During the Winter War of 1939, while the Finns did not lose, they did sign a white peace with the Russians that gave away 10% of their territory, but they were able to retain their sovereignty and, of course, the Finnish government in its original form. The town of Vyborg actually is a Finnish town, funnily enough. And interestingly, from what we saw, the Russians have apparently gotten a little bit of a spirit of Simolaya up in there, something along those lines, because an electrical substation spontaneously exploded at Vyborg and pretty much sent the entire city into a blackout. Oh, there it is.
Oh. The electrical monster in the woods.
Why is this woman getting louder?
She's getting closer to the mic. Do you see what's happening in the woods? Do you see what's happening? It's really getting bad. It's really getting bad.
Man, she sat there and said, "Oh my God, look at that. It's blowing up and catching on fire." It's like, whoa, calm down. It's like, hey, it's okay. It's okay. Calm down. But also, here's another clip of it. It's like a little light show.
The spicy electrical fires. You gotta hate them. Oh, this person's scared.
Man, they said, also, we can see that clip there as well. But still, nevertheless, that appears to be what we had going on in Viborg, and apparently the city is in a general blackout at the moment. And so with that, we are about to be moving on down into the Middle East for a minute, and also into East Asia as well. But before we get to that, folks, I do have to say that we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had a lot of y'all here at the moment. We actually have we've had 14.6 thousand live viewers here at the peak, and about 80,000 people have watched this stream up until this point, just within the first hour and 10 minutes. We're always honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all continue to come here to get your primary source of news every single day of what's going on around the world. Before we move on, though, into the rest of our news, including our news in the Middle East about the Iranians threatening the United States today and saying that they won't concede on anything, and also North Korea apparently going through a famine, which was just discovered today, we do want to make sure to get to a couple of questions, 3 of them from the chat, and then we're going to be moving on to the rest of our news. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first of 3 super chats we're going to address during our first super chat segment. This one goes to none other than ARP Bob, and thank you very much, Bob, for that $100 support, and once again for another night helping to keep the channel running with that super chat support, and we appreciate that very, very much. And Bob said, "Good evening, Enforcer Matt, and praying for freedom and independence for Iran and Ukraine, and Slav Ukraine, and long live the Leaf Spring Army," and take a question from the chat.
Hey, and a huge shout out to you, old guard and channel legend, ARP Bob, and a big good evening to you, to both of us, and to you as well. And I gotta say, we hope that there will eventually be freedom and independence from Iran, and of course, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Leaf Spring Army. And I gotta thank you massively for the support, ARP Bob, and helping this channel to keep on running, because folks like you help us to be able to stay on air and keep this channel running 6 days a week, basically 7, counting short war video days, 7 days a week, covering this news of what's going on around the world. Not really a lot of channels do that out there, or at least any high quality these days, from what a lot of people believe, both on the mainstream and elsewhere, and we try our best to make sure that we have the most well-researched and well-informed news every single night. And I gotta say, folks, that tonight is a tough night. Oh, it's a tough night. Matthew knows why. We went on a hike before the show, and we actually very much misjudged that, because we thought that it would be fine, and it would be like a bit of a cinch. Turns out it actually kind of wore us both out a really good bit, but I'm powering through with a nice cup of black coffee, no cream, no sugar, and also powering through with raw energy and zeal, because nothing ever stops us from covering the news in this channel, no matter what. And to be entirely honest with you, after I've gotten into the swing of this thing, I'm not feeling that tired. I know I'm probably going to crash after this show, but beyond that, I hope that does address that the best we can. We're still happy to have you here, ARP Bob, and we're happy to know that even in the midst of us being tired, we're able to keep that energy going, keep the news rolling, and make sure that folks like you are very happy with our coverage and still considering this channel to be your top source of news. So humongous thanks to you so much once again, and we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew, in honor of ARP Bob?
All right, we have a good live chat question from One Visual, who said, "What's the first big government that will collapse? Kind of all the major civilizations fall, and which will be the first? The United States, Russia, or China?"
Russia.
Oh boy, that's a question and a half right there, isn't it? That's a interesting question. The fact that you're even asking that question says something in itself. But it's a good question though. Me personally, in my opinion, I would say that I think Russia will be the first to go. They're literally on the precipice right now. They're basically on life support, and their life support machine is China. So the U.S. isn't in the best of shape, but we're not quite like Russia. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that out of the 3, Russia is probably the one most doomed to collapse at the moment, because they are on the very precipice of collapse right now. They almost are every month. So I would say that it would most likely be Russia. But the thing that's interesting, though, it's incredibly interesting, is that nations never truly die. Like, they never really do. And a nation will always rise, prosper, decay and then fall. Every single country does that. America, sadly, eventually will collapse and fall. But I'll be entirely honest with you, I don't really think that's going to be anytime soon. We're in a very rough spot at the moment. Like, I'll be entirely frank, like, internally, it's a fairly rough spot. But it will make it through, because we also made it, remember everyone, through the U.S. Civil War, where the nation literally split itself into two and went to war with itself. And we still made it through that and came out the other side generally not that bad. I mean, like, it wasn't the greatest. I mean, you know the exact history of what happened afterwards, but it wasn't bad. I mean, it wasn't horrendous. But nations never truly die, because, you know, folks, there's something absolutely crazy. People still talk about Rome today. It's 2,000 years, it really is more so 1,700 years after the Western Roman Empire fell, and still people want to try and bring back the idea or the visage of Rome. It still is going on to this day. I mean, it's really crazy when you think about that kind of stuff, of how larger nations have impacts like that, where people will always talk about them for basically till the end of time. I mean, even I can guarantee y'all 1,000 years from now, people will still be talking about the Romans, and there still will be Roman influence on our society and culture. And I'll be entirely frank with y'all as well, 1,000 years from now, there's going to be a significant amount of American influence and impact on global culture. And a lot of people don't realize this now, but everyone always says that America is cultureless, not because we are truly without culture, but because our culture has been permeated and so widespread and amalgamated throughout the world. It basically is the default culture. I mean, you can go anywhere in the world now and find a hamburger. You can go anywhere in the world and generally find some sort of a self-determined government that is incredibly similar to the United States'. And that's because over the past 70 years, we've had that much of an impact on the world. America is basically the Roman Empire of the modern age. No other country's ever had the kind of impact that we've had in the present day, except for the British, which have also had fairly significant impact in centuries prior. So I would say that like the United States of America, the People's Republic of China, and the Russian Federation, as the governments they are right now, they will eventually fall and collapse, but the impact that they had on shaping the world as it is today will echo through the rest of history for thousands of years, a lot like the Romans did. I mean, hell, think about this. I mean, if you look at the Germans in World War II, they survived 7 years or so, I believe, if I'm not correct. People are still talking about them today. People are still talking about the British Empire today, and the British Empire, depending on what you debate to be the end of the empire, ended either 70 years ago or 40 years ago, and people are still talking about the British Empire and the impact it had on the world. And people are still talking about...
We're still talking about Rome too, because I mean, you know, Rome had a Chipotle restaurant in its own right. Like, it wasn't called Chipotle, but it was literally the exact same concept they had in Rome. It was literally, they had each individual like ingredient and they served it up into a dish just like they do at Chipotle, but it was using old style ingredients that they had back in the day. So it is interesting that the idea has been around for a long time. We took the idea from Rome and we turned it into Chipotle in America.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Also, I just saw someone. I just saw someone say America wouldn't exist without the British Empire. That's true. That is entirely true. But here, like, this is the part that gets really, really crazy about history when you start to think about it in the widest sort of a form. America would have never existed without Britain. Britain would have never existed in its modern form without the English Civil War and the Great Restoration. But the British monarchy that existed to bring that about would have never existed if it wasn't for the Battle of Hastings and the Viking expansions from the north, and also the heavy Germanic influence that existed on Britain because of the collapse of the Roman Empire. But then all of that wouldn't have happened if the Roman Empire had never existed and it ever pushed up towards the area of the Visigoths, the Vandals, and so on that lived in Germany. But then the Roman Empire would have never existed if it wasn't for the Punic Wars, meaning that North Africa had a very significant influence, especially the Carthaginians, on influencing Roman history to where they would expand so profoundly. But then if it wasn't for the Romans eventually coming into contact with their northern neighbors, the Etruscans, the Roman Empire would have never had the founding to be the Roman Republic in the first place, to fight the Carthaginians, to then eventually turn into the Roman Empire and then expand, and then so on and so forth. You can basically go through the entirety of history and say, if it wasn't for this one tiny thing that seems like it's a national piece of history for one country that doesn't really impact anyone else, a whole million other things would have never happened. Like, truth be told,
like for example as well, I mentioned the Chipotle example about the restaurant. Also, by the way, everybody knows Little Caesars in America. Like, everybody's familiar with Little Caesars. It's like a staple in America, the cheap pizza. But it was originally, the idea originally came about also in Rome, where they had Big Caesars, a little pizza joint. Oh man, I don't know where to go else with that. that joke. It's going to stop right there abruptly. So I hope y'all enjoyed that.
Man, you know what's kind of funny about that, though? The irony of it is that Julius Caesar actually died outside of a restroom.
Excuse me, a what?
Yeah, he died outside of a shitter.
Oh, a restroom. I thought you said something else there for a minute. I thought you said something else.
No, he died outside of a restroom. They were he was watching I think a play or something at a theater in Rome. He went to the bathroom, and then when he came out, somebody just stabbed him to death. It wasn't the dramatic thing that's in the Shakespeare play, like, you know, where everyone in the Senate stabbed him once. That didn't happen. So he just walked out of the bathroom and just got stabbed to death and died on the spot, basically. And a lot of people don't know that. You can actually still see it. Let me see if I can find y'all that Caesar death location. Let me see.
Also, y'all heard the same thing, man. They heard you say the same thing too. You didn't say your restroom. You said breast room. That's what you first said.
Oh hell no!
That's what you said the first time. I was like, pause. Wait a minute. What did he just say? I was like, he did not just say restroom. There was a B in front of restroom. I know I heard that.
Oh hell no! I did not say that. I said restroom, man. I said a restroom. I mean, maybe it sounded like that because of the microphone, but I said restroom, man, like straight up. But also, if you want to see where Caesar died, this is actually the little spot that he died in. I think it was about, like, I think it was back there somewhere, I believe. But he got stabbed right outside of a bathroom.
Oh damn! You really don't want to be a leader and go to a play or some type of theater or something like that. We've unfortunately lost a lot of leaders doing things, going to theaters. Like, it's really not been a good thing.
Yeah, that was really something else, you know. I mean, like, anyone who ever goes to a public venue, just get ready, folks. For public officials, it's like the Thunderdome out there. But anyways, I hope that does address the live chat the best I can. But a huge thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because I can promise you this. Eventually, America will collapse. It's going to happen. It's not going to be now. It'll be in the future. And I know that a lot of people say it looks like it's the end of the country, but people were saying that 150 years ago, and we had a civil war, and then we pulled through. But 1,000 years from now, folks, after we're all long dead and we've all turned to ash and such, there will be someone talking about the American ideals of the U.S. Constitution and the Founding Fathers and so on, and other people who were a part of U.S. history. There are going to be videos made 1,000 years in the future about, like, how people rank the Roman emperors. They're going to rank the U.S. presidents, not knowing really anything about them personally, and say which ones were good and which ones were bad objectively to them 1,000 years in the future. They're going to do that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. But a humongous thanks to you once again for support, ERP Bob, and helping this channel to keep on rolling.
Yes, indeed. And our second one here goes to Fred Vreeman, who also threw in a massive $100 support. And thank you very much, Fred, for also that massive support, which does keep our channel on the air and running. And Fred said, how can the U.S. support Iran resistance? And they would need a generation of people trained and armed to make effective resistance permanent. And you know what's interesting about that, Fred? Also, thank you for the support. What's interesting is there are folks in Iran who know how to operate the weapons. They know how to operate the weapons. Even though technically they're not supposed to have them, there are still resistance groups inside of Iran that are generally trained. Granted, not trained very well, but they know how to operate it. The problem is, though, is actually arming them with the weapons. That's the part that the U.S. hasn't been able to figure out, nor has the resistance groups been able to figure out either. So I'm not totally sure how we're going to pull that off, if it's even possible. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that generally it is certainly possible to be able to overthrow the Iranian government, because you really don't need a generation of armed warriors. You just need the right kind of circumstances to get something going. Because what's funny about that is that, speaking of the American Revolution, which is a great example, most of the quote-unquote patriots who fought in the Continental Army, they basically had no real experience. I mean, a lot of them were militias, or they were regular army that had to be trained, because many people will remember from very early American history that it actually took the teachings of a German officer called von Steuben to actually be able to train the U.S. Continental Army into anything that resembled a slightly competent fighting force. Before that, basically everyone was untrained and going up against the British Army, which was a well-trained and incredibly competent military. Not the best in the world, but fairly competent for its age. And then another thing that we have to remember is that it wasn't just good training that won the U.S. the war, the Revolutionary War. It was actually the massive amount of international support that we got from the French primarily, and also kind of the Spanish. If it wasn't for the French and the Spanish, America would have never existed as an independent country, because it was by French naval support that they were able to generally stop the British from flooding the colonies with British troops, and also flooding Canada, which was still a colony at the time of the British, with British troops, generally stopping the flow of British soldiers into the region in any large larger number and making resupply and logistics a lot more difficult. And not only that, at the last year, really the last few months of the Revolutionary War in 1783, when General Cornwallis and his larger army was surrounded at the city of Yorktown, which is right down here, and the siege was ongoing by the Continental Army, the British tried to break the blockade, and it wasn't the Americans that had stopped the British from breaking through. It was actually the French and Spanish Navy that battled the British just a couple of miles off the coast and stopped them from reinforcing Cornwallis and breaking the blockade at Yorktown, which then secured us our victory. Cornwallis surrendered, and the Treaty of Paris of 1783 was signed not long after, ratifying the end of the Revolutionary War and bringing about America. So you don't necessarily need anyone who's generationally trained, say. It's just that you need to have the right kind of elements involved, which would be zeal on the ground, some sort of training that comes in during that period of time, and you just get everyone up to speed really quickly, and a heaping ton of international support from some other countries. And that generally will get you to see the Iranian government overthrown. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. A very interesting question. I thank you massively for the support once again, Fred Freeman, and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into our final question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news.
All right, so this one goes to BLK Tornado, and thank you very much, BLK, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said, love you guys, keep up the good work, and can add a message to a super sticker, LOL, but I look forward to seeing you guys cover the Middle East debacle when it happens.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for greatly appreciating our coverage of the Middle Eastern events. We try our best to cover everything in the world these days because we basically evolved into a world news channel for the large part, rather than just the Ukraine war like we started off with. And I've got to say that we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that folks like you really enjoy our coverage of every corner of the world, including the Middle East, which is very nuanced and incredibly interesting cover. I'll be honest with y'all, outside of the modern political discourse that exists about the Middle East, which is practically brain dead, I'd actually have to tell y'all that it's a wildly interesting place in the world. It has a very interesting culture, actually very interesting cultures, there's dozens of them in there, and a very interesting history, and one that is actually wildly important for the world because most of the first civilizations that we know of in recorded history generally came out of the Middle East, especially the Tigris and Euphrates region. But anyways, with that, a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I thank you greatly for your massive support and helping us to make this news possible and keep this thing running. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to move on briefly out of Europe. We will be coming back to it here in a little bit, and moving us on down and into the Middle East, because we have a whole load of interesting news to cover out of the Middle East. The Iranians have made some statements today. Their foreign minister has, at least I say, and it appears that that the foreign minister stated the following: if the U.S. attacks, Iran says it will strike U.S. bases in the Middle East. We will not attack neighboring countries. Rather, we will target U.S. bases stationed in them. There's a big difference between the two. So now they're trying to back off of the whole, we're going to bomb everyone in the region and piss them all off. Now they're trying to back off of that a little bit and say, our fight's not with you, although your guys are going to be on that base with the U.S. Armed Forces. It's just with the U.S. I don't think that's going to work too well because, you know, the U.S. doesn't base on their own military bases in these countries for the most part. Like, for example, Jordan. The Muwafaq Air Base is not a U.S. Air Force installation. That is a Royal Jordanian Air Force installation. We just happen to be on it. So if they bomb anything there, they're actually bombing a Jordanian air base, and there's going to be Jordanian personnel there 24/7. So I don't really think that's going to pan out for them in the long run. I think they're actually going to be kind of begging to get bombed by a whole bunch of other people, or at least not have them on their side if they attack the U.S. in these bases throughout the region, because they are not American bases. They are owned by the countries that we're basing out of. But we also were able to hear that apparently the Israelis are rushing to have a meeting. Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, is bringing forward his trip to Washington by a week. He was just here for New Year's. Only a month ago. This guy's visited the United States like his favorite vacation spot, but he is seeking urgent talks with the president amid U.S.-Iran negotiations, according to an Axios report. And a lot of people are wondering, what is our old boy Yahoo on up to here? Is he trying to, what is he trying to do? Is he actually worried about what's going to happen? Is he trying to deceive, or is he trying to get the U.S. to go ahead and bomb him? Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we are seeing that Israel, the Israeli officials, are urgently requesting a meeting with the U.S. officials. I think he's even trying to get a meeting with the president. So it's over, allegedly, regarding concerns that Israel has that the U.S. is about to make a bad deal with Iran because they simply want to get a deal. So that's what they're claiming, at least. So what are your thoughts? 49% said Israel is actually worried about the U.S. making a bad deal, while 32% said it's a strategic deception on Iran, and 9% said it's about something else. So I believe this is likely a strategic deception. This was likely intentionally put out by the Israelis, so that way the Iranians will think that the U.S. is actually still serious about making a deal, and the U.S. can keep stalling by stringing out the talks with the Iranian officials while we put more assets in the region. That's what I think, because for the U.S. to put all these assets in the region, the Navy, Air Force, troops, etc., and then to make a crappy deal with Iran like the JCPOA that we previously had, that would make zero sense whatsoever, even for the current officials that are in charge. So I think it's all a deception. They're trying to reinforce the idea that these talks actually have merit, so that way the Iranians don't walk away from the entire situation. I'm with the 34%. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, I'd have to say that I'm with the 30% as well. I think this is largely a distraction. I don't really think this is going to have any impact on anything. I bet you that Mr. Yahoo here, he's going to show up and talk to the president and go, I have to tell you something very important. Tel Aviv, that we're really concerned. And the Iranians are going to be like, who is Tel Aviv? And he's going to be talking about like a city or something. It's going to be a made-up conversation. But I'd have to say, I don't really think there's going to be anything coming out of this in reality. I think the Israelis and the U.S. are on the same page. They want to bomb the Iranians. And that's that. I mean, no talks are really going to be changing that all too much. And also on top of that, it's not like we really have to worry about this, folks, because the foreign minister of Iran stated today that they're not going to concede on the missile topic. He stated that on Al Jazeera. I mean, this is literally a clip out of Al Jazeera, and his direct words were, as for the missile issue, this is purely a defensive matter for us and is not negotiable. Neither now or in the future. Regional issues belong to the region and are not related to countries outside it. So I just want to remind you all, the regional issue that he's talking about is Iran developing intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach the United States of America. So he's saying, oh, intercontinental ballistic missiles, America's not in the Middle East. They have no say on intercontinental ballistic missiles. That's kind of stupid. I mean, that is a really stupid take. I mean, that would make sense to someone who might not have a brain, but like to anyone who has a brain, Iran developing an intercontinental ballistic missile, what do they have for needing that? What purpose do they have for having an intercontinental ballistic missile?
Yeah, I don't know, but to me, I've noticed something a little bit strange. Those F-22s and F-35s, those are some talkative fellas. Like they really want to add their input into the situation a lot. Also, that aircraft carrier is a king yapper. Like they come into the region and they're telling Iran what they want. So I have a feeling that the aircraft and the naval vessels are doing a lot of talking, and I think they want a seat at the table when it comes to these talks. So I have a feeling that's what gives us the right to intervene.
I think they do. And also, folks, the flyover at the Super Bowl is apparently not going to be including the F-22s anymore because they've been sent off elsewhere, according to what was said today. So I wonder where elsewhere is. I could only wonder where elsewhere could be. The Middle East. So, very interesting with that one. But I would also have to say, folks, the Iranians are not going to negotiate sincerely next time they go to talks to the United States in a couple of days. We don't even know when that's going to be. They're going to go down there and tell the United States to kiss their shoes. They're not going to do anything. Kiss her ass, screw you, go home. And that's what they're going to do. Because they're already making that incredibly clear. And someone's about to say, but the president says they are dying for a deal. If they're dying for a deal, they would have made a deal the first time we talked to them. No one's dying for a deal and then doesn't make a deal the first time we're talking to them. If they were really dying to make a deal and not want to get bombed, they would be making a deal the first time we talked to them. They wouldn't chance it. So that tells us that they're not dying to make a deal. They're basically buying time. But also, we were able to see...
Well, I mean, time will tell if they're dying to make a deal. Time will tell about that right there. That phrase is interesting.
Well, I mean, they're not going to be dying to make a deal. They're going to be dying without a deal. Like, that's really more so the nuance here. Is that if they don't make a deal, they might be, dying without one. But I don't believe that they're dying to make a deal. I think that they're just buying themselves time, clearly, at this point, in my opinion. But we did get to also see today, folks, really quickly to show you a little flight radar view. Oh, my lordy! What's going on down here? They got that Fala up there, man, in the name of Fala. But they got that Viking Twin Otter up there in the northern part. They also have basically an airshow demonstration team flying around, but that's about it. We also have this PA Poseidon that's just having a fun time in the Persian Gulf right now. And let's see, anything else? Oh, yes, we have all of the US C-17s hiking back out of the Middle East and back to where they came from, which is Europe. So anything? Would you looky, Matthew? Do you see this? Do you see all of these C-17s?
I think we're moving ass over there.
Holy moly!
Look
Here's
at that.
another
We're
one.
hauling ass. Look at them go, man. I mean, what in the world could be on these cargo flights? Look at that. It's famous 49. They're bringing out everybody.
So let's give a count, everyone. Let's give a count on how many C-17s are up right now that look to be going towards EUCOM. 1, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 flights right now in the air going to the Middle East, and we have what appears to be 1 C-17 that is actually leaving the Middle East and is coming back to EUCOM. So we have 7 C-17s flying to the Middle East right now while we're on air. So that is a very large number of them. And we also were able to hear that there was an even larger number that was still ongoing earlier in the day, as reports came out that a total of 112 C-17s have now either arrived or are on a route to the Middle East, with a further 17 to 18 flights in progress. And we also know that at the moment right now, there's another 7 to add to that, the 17 to 18 from earlier. So we have a wildly large amount of flights that are being conducted in the Middle East. If there was something that was going to happen, it's going to happen because we just have so many C-17s going that way, filled with goodies. There's no way that this cannot happen. It's just there's just no way. There's no way in hell. I'll just be frank with y'all. I'll be completely frank with y'all. But anyways,
I'll tell you what, man. The planes are hungry. The air defense is hungry. The ships are hungry, and I think they're going to let them eat.
man, you're about to hear from the captain of the Abraham Lincoln, Captain Anton Ego. He's going to say, "I am hungry for more. Send out the F-18s."
I'm looking for some perspective.
Some fresh perspective, man.
All
Man,
you have to do for a fresh perspective is look right up at the sky.
smile for the camera. It might flash. But anyways, we also were able to hear that in Jordan today, it appears that some new air defenses are showing up. MIM 104 Patriots. Oh boy, I love Patriots. I'm a Patriot myself. Not a missile launcher, but I'm a Patriot. It's nice to see him.
You know what this does tell us? Is our assumption is correct largely because these are showing up in the previous days, which means that these cargo flights, which are going nonstop to our partner nations in the Middle East, it appears to be that they are carrying the air defense that we speculated that they were carrying on board. So I think this is some general proof of it.
Yeah, I would have to say, I think it is proof of what we were saying. Our analysis is, once again, folks, largely correct. We love to see it. Meanwhile, in Iraq, we have been able to hear that the Iraqi 9th Armored Division has now been sent into Baghdad's Green Zone and has deployed around the U.S. Embassy. The reasons publicly unknown, but the truth is that there's a high security threat in Iraq right now that al-Nusra, which is also an IRGC-funded terrorist force within Iraq, might conduct attacks on the U.S. Embassy within Iraq, which is still being staffed and operated at the moment. And because of that, the Iraqis are now providing additional security around the embassy, so that way the first line of defense to the embassy is not the U.S. Marines and the embassy wall literally right around the building. So that's generally why they're being sent there. I mean, it's nothing that's wildly mysterious. It's fairly straightforward why this is being done. And also, really quickly, before anyone says, are the Iraqis trying to get us back for Saddam? If they wanted to do that, they would have done that a long time ago. It's like 23 years after the opening of the invasion of Iraq in 2003. So it's not that they're about to start slamming the U.S. Embassy. They're there to protect the U.S. Embassy. So with that, I hope that addresses that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And also, a lot of people are wondering, what are they there for? And Matthew, what are people thinking that they're there for? What are they thinking, and what are you thinking?
So this poor old poll right here has had no time at all to gather any opinions on it, sadly. It's a fresh one. It's in like 20 seconds fresh. So I think we'll have to let this one simmer for a minute to get a good reading on it because it's only been up for a little minute.
With that, I guess Guess we'll move on. I mean, anyways, we also were able to hear that in the meantime, Saudi Arabia did invest several $billion into Syria. It looks like that Saudi wealth fund knows no bounds. They're putting $3 billion in investments in Syria. Apparently, they're like in Jelani. Meanwhile, the U.S. is having to evacuate thousands of ISIS prisoners out of Jelani-controlled Syria because we're scared that they might release them, which we don't want because, you know, ISIS guys, they're bad guys. They're like our modern equivalent of the SS. And generally, we really didn't let the SS out of, you know, the Nuremberg trials or prison after the Second World War, especially the higher ranking ones. We generally don't want to do the same thing with ISIS. So we're taking the ones that haven't been released by Jelani's regime yet, and we're busing them literally across the border into Iraq to go put them in the prisons in the Kurdish autonomous region in northern Iraq. So here's that clip. What type of a... Oh, it's just a 50 cal. I thought, for some reason, I thought it was not an M250 cal for a minute. Oh, and there's the buses.
Man, honestly, this is risky right here. I think, I don't know if you just said it a second ago, I wasn't able to listen all the way, but I believe they have helicopters supporting this convoy, so they can try to ward off threats, but this is actually extremely risky because these buses are apparently completely packed full of ISIS prisoners, and I mean, it's very plausible that with this small contingent of U.S. forces actually escorting the convoy, that ISIS or other operatives could show up and try to free these guys out of these buses. That's certainly possible, so hopefully the U.S. has this down pat because they're in a bit of a risky situation.
Yeah, we haven't heard of anything going wrong yet, so from what we know, all of them have been going off without a hitch, but this is wildly risky, folks. Moving them in buses like this in the middle of nowhere, basically in northern Iraq and Syria, could lead to some nasty results, but apparently that has not happened yet, so hopefully it will remain a hypothetical risk instead of an actual imminent risk to either the U.S. forces or the fact that we will be continuing to try and keep the ISIS forces imprisoned. But moving on from that and out of that area of Syria, we also have one more. Actually, we don't have one more piece of news. I was trying to see how much longer I could prolong this before we get to this poll, but I cannot prolong this any longer. We have to move on to other news around the world. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about that poll, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so back to the situation about Iraq, because we are seeing the U.S. Embassy has been surrounded by Iraqi forces. In fact, an entire battalion of troops apparently are around the embassy for some unknown reason. So what is happening to cause that? 52% said it sounds like security for U.S. forces at the embassy, while 26% said it's likely prep for Iran escalation coming up very soon, and 15% said it sounds like a possible takeover of the embassy. And I'm with the enforcer. I don't think the Iraqis are trying to take over the embassy. That would go wildly bad for the Iraqis. That would bring pretty much hell down on them. And we have the assets in the region to go exact vengeance for that. So I don't think Iraq's going to try something like that. It sounds to me like basic security because, of course, there are bad actors that are inside of Iraq that operate there. And if Iran gives the order to their proxy groups and also all their terrorist friends in the region, that could activate a very bad situation at the Iraqi embassy. So it's simply assuring it up. The Iraqi government's actually there to help us, believe it or not. So I'm with the 50%. But Enforcer, what say you?
Wait a minute, you said that bad actors are in Iraq? I didn't know Steven Seagal was in there. Oh!
He just got transferred.
Oh, damn, bro. Oh, my God. Man, I gotta tell you, whenever I hear about those bad actors, folks, I can already see the Rotten Tomato scores. Like, from the actual judges, it's gonna be like 90%, and the audience score is like 8. Like, it's like 8% or something like that. But anyways, beyond that, I would say it's most likely to protect U.S. embassy staff. They're not going to take over the embassy. Iraq largely tries to remain neutral as an official government position within the region, and so they're not going to be taking over the embassy because that would be an act of war. We are at war with Iraq at that point, so they're clearly not going to do that because they have no air defense. They're generally at the mercy of everyone in the region for the larger part, so they would never do something like that. It's generally security that they're trying to provide at the moment. So with that, we are going to be moving on out of the Middle East and on over into Asia for a brief moment. I'm going to try and not cover these topics for too long. They're wildly fascinating, though, as we were able to hear that China has unveiled the space cooker. China has apparently unveiled a weapon known as the TPG-1000C, capable of delivering a decent amount of power, about 20 gigawatts on a microwave system, for about up to a minute. It's believed that this system might be able to destroy Starlink satellites and others that are in low Earth orbit and cause significant damage. That we don't really know. I mean, I gotta be entirely honest with y'all. Just a large microwave faced into space. I don't really know if that's going to be doing a whole lot. But the
Yeah.
Chinese think it will.
I got a serious question here. We apparently can do some damage to satellites, but since it's microwave based, how good can this thing heat up a Hungry Man meal? Like how fast are we talking? Like a half second?
A quarter of a second.
Man, I think this thing could do some mean work on some food. Like screw the consumer microwave. This thing right here is the revolution. Imagine installing one of these in your house, reheating some Costco chicken with it or something. I mean, this could be fantastic.
Man, hold up, man. I got something, man. Bruh, China is about to be defeated by the biggest invention. America has actually already gotten a defense to this one, folks. A defense like no other. It's going to stop everything. Matthew, do you know what it is?
What is it?
A microwave screen door.
Oh, some mesh. I don't think the I don't think the mesh is stopping the gigawatt level microwaves. I think those might have a little too much power behind them. But it's an idea though. Maybe some chainmail might work.
Hell nah, bro. This is gonna work. This is gonna work, bro. Dude, China fires that at one of our satellites. It just flips out a little panel with some arms, and it's just this microwave mesh door, and it just reflects it right back down to China. It's like, dude, that would be hilarious. But I guess, folks, they've never heard of the microwave screen door in China. So I will have to see how that works against their giant microwave. But hey, I mean, I gotta say, China isn't really a big fan of pre-cooked microwavable frozen meals. So apparently they're not really that experienced with the whole microwave deal. But here in America, we've got a lot of experience with microwaves, and I think we'll be able to deal with this pretty well. Microwaves and all, you know. But anyways, moving on out of China, it is time for us to move on into North Korea. Because while China is working on the largest microwave ever seen to man, no one in North Korea has ever even heard of a microwave rather than the fatty. Like,
Oh man.
and apparently there's good reason for them not to hear of a microwave. We were able to see that apparently the fat version of Neo from the Matrix wandered through a cattle farm today for, you know, beef and all. No, by the way, I just got to let you all know, beef is an absolute luxury in North Korea. Most people never even eat meat in their lives in North Korea. It's exceptionally rare that they ever get to. So you have to be in the loyalist class, which is basically the top 1% of the country, or really more so the top 10% that lives in Pyongyang, to ever even get the chance of eating some beef. So these cows to most North Koreans are literally like walking lottery tickets. Like, it is the lottery, basically.
Yeah, basically. So, also, by the way, everybody says Kim Jong Un is vicious, but I didn't know he was this vicious. He's literally walking through with the pelts of the cow's brethren for his jacket. He's walking through with a all leather jacket. By the way, that cow is looking like, "Hey, man, isn't that my cousin's like pelt right there you're wearing?" And Kim Jong Un's just walking through this happy as a lark. Oh my god,
Man, you know, out of frame, y'all can see where he's not like looking straight at the camera. It's because right over here on the bottom right side, out of frame, there's actually a North Korean aide who's holding a pack of Taco Bell tacos. He's saying, come on, this way, and he's just walking out there. He's like, Taco Bell. Or I forgot how they said it in Korean. But anyways, beyond that though, apparently, from what we've heard today, at the opening of a new livestock complex, which this is it, which by the way is like peak for North Korea. This is like the best they can do is a sort of a livestock like farm right here. But anyways, the Kim Jong Un spoke at length about the failures of his government in agriculture. Now this is actually quite surprising, folks, because the North Korean government basically never generally insinuates that they failed at anything. They always say that everything's rising, the yields are rising, and so on. Everything's great. So Kim Jong-un declared today that the so-called rural revolution was generally a failure and that most North Koreans are lacking basic foods. So apparently, from what we're finding out today, everyone, this is shocking news. North Korea is apparently being gripped with a wildly massive famine right now. And apparently a lot of people are just absolutely starving. Now, this is something that I do have to point out, is that food security in Korea ebbs and flows a great deal. Sometimes they can be in some regional famines in some parts of the country. Other times the food situation, at least as far as meeting people's caloric needs, generally can be sustained for some periods of time. So North Korea is not always in an endless famine, but most of the time food is very scarce, and they're usually able to only meet the basic caloric requirements of their citizens through through small provisions of rice, which usually is the only staple food that most people eat in North Korea. I'm literally not kidding. They don't get any spices, they don't get anything extra. Usually they are apportioned a specific amount of rice per individuals in a household that should last them a week. And usually that's only about 2,000 calories or less a day. Sometimes it can even get down to 1,600. But if there's any sort of food insecurity happening in the country during that time, you can basically be left with nothing and then have to go and scrounge and forage for food in the countryside, which is illegal. And if you are caught, the punishment is execution. So basically it's a lose-lose. But apparently they are involved in a massive famine at the moment, to the point that the North Korean government can't even ignore it at the moment right now. And they've actually admitted that it's ongoing. And of course, Max 25 also noted this as well. This never has really happened except for the March of Suffering, which was back in the 90s when millions died in that famine. This has never really happened before, so this is apparently indicating that there's a massive problem going on in North Korea. And not to spend too long harping on this whole deal, but this is very shocking, because from what we understood, the Russian-North Korean arrangement is that North Korea gives Russia weaponry, and in return, Russia gives them consumer goods, including food. Apparently that's not the arrangement from what we can tell. We just don't know. And apparently they're getting something else entirely, but it's not food. So they're actually in the middle of a famine right now, and while they're giving Russia weaponry, which they could easily change their trade agreement with the Russians for raw foodstuffs, they're apparently not, and people are just starving to death in Korea in larger numbers right now. So a lot of people are also talking about, is Kim Jong's jacket leather or pleather, or is it that straight up pigskin? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the jacket's something of a conversation piece, to say the least. I will admit, even though Kim Jong Un is really a devilish figure, like he does horrific things and orders horrific things to happen, he does have a bit of a thing for leather jackets. Like he's got the leather bomber jacket, he's got the leather trench coat he was wearing. He's really into that leather jacket type stuff because it's rumored to be that he loves American action movies, and he really loves them so much that he actually ordered kidnapping of directors so that way they can make those movies inside of North Korea. But they didn't turn out to be a Grammy or like what's it, an Oscar or Grammy? What do you get for an actor? What do they get?
I think it's an Oscar.
Yeah, I think it's an Oscar. I don't think it was Oscar winning, to say the least. So do you think the jacket was leather or pleather? Because the jacket was something else. 60% said leather, while 40% said pleather. I'll be honest, I don't think Kim Jong's sporting pleather. I don't think so. And also, by the way, if you don't know what pleather is, it's basically fake leather. It's like a duplicate type leather, like replica is what I'm trying to say. I think he's wearing that real genuine leather. I think he's got the real stuff, which is pretty heavy, I'd imagine. That's a big jacket. For a big fella. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta tell y'all, folks, they had to empty out the entirely brand new cattle farm here to make that leather jacket for that fat ass. I mean, they had to like wipe out 3 cows for that thing. But beyond that, I'd say it's probably legitimate leather because the North Korean leadership, especially the Kims themselves, they live in exorbitant luxury. I mean, they basically live with the kind of luxury that you would expect, say, a billionaire here in America to live in. With the whole trimmings and everything, like an island in the Bahamas and, a whole cover up and all that stuff generally included. So that's generally what, like, I'm not even kidding about that, folks. Y'all might think that that was like a tongue-in-cheek joke. They actually do, from what we know from the defectors of Kim's bodyguards, that they have a very similar thing going on in North Korea for the leadership that was going on the whole island, if you know what I'm talking about. They actually talked about that to some extent. I can actually show y'all where it is in North Korea, like the North Korean Epstein Island. It's right up here. It's really close to the North Korean Chinese border. I'm trying to see where in the hell this thing is. It's right around here, actually. Let me see. Here it is. It's Chengsong Palace. And over here, according to the defector, these buildings right about here, this is basically their version of Epstein Island. And when I mean that, I mean quite literally it's the exact replica, like it's a carbon copy. They do everything here that they did down there. So the North Korean, like the Kim family literally has every single trimming that you would expect from, say, some higher up leadership within the Western world. So like they don't live like the North Korean citizenry do, where they're starving to death and stuff. So that jacket is probably legit leather. But anyways, With that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can. But moving on from that now to North Korea, it is time for us to move on and over into Europe again, because we do have to get to the Ukraine war. But just to get us a little bit of a comedic break in the meantime, we have been able to hear that unfortunately, during the Winter Olympics, there appears to have been some massive sabotage near to a key railway juncture that's near to the actual happenings at the Winter Olympics. Apparently, a bomb was found near to one of the cities, and railway cables have been cut, and relay cabinets have been set on fire along the Bologna-Padua and Bologna-Ancona and Ancona and Rimini lines throughout the area. We've actually heard that law enforcement officials have apparently said that the actions that have happened around this area is a whole load of baloney, which is kind of funny because the town is named Bologna. So, you know, a little bit interesting with that one. But it does appear that for now, it is an unfortunate situation to say the least. You know, it's a great shame, really. But anyways, moving on from that, we are going to be moving on into Ukraine, because we have a lot of news to cover out of the front lines in Ukraine. Moving us on and into the location unknowns. We have been able to see some very interesting developments here, and we have been able to hear. And actually, apparently, we have actually, man, we actually covered that earlier about the Poseidon. Like I've said, brief look in the Middle East. There's the Poseidon. So the Poseidon is still on
It
patrol.
looks like it's flying a little bit closer. If it looks different than earlier, it looks like it's flying a little bit closer to Iran's coastline at this point. That's pretty close. It's definitely over like the median line of the Persian Gulf. It's getting closer. It looks like.
Yeah, it does look like it, but the P-8 is still conducting its orbits within the area, which appears to be a rough approximate at this point. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on. Excuse me, everyone, into our location
Whoa.
unknowns. And we were able to see this little Russian soldier boy. He's not happy about Starlink. He started kicking the terminal after it went offline. I'm not going to lie, that sound that it made when you first kicked it was hilarious, honestly.
So what's it made out of? I thought these things. It's like, what is it made out of? Straight up metal or aluminum?
Bruh, blood's kicking around the Starlink made of raw cast iron. Bruh, this thing's made like a skillet. Listen. Bro, that's hilarious, honestly. But anyways, moving on from that clip and on to our next one, we also were able to see that the Ukrainians tried to recover one of their fallen Baba Yagas, but Ukraine is so cold right now, it's -20 in Ukraine, that the Baba Yaga had actually frozen to the ground, and they were not able to recover the drone.
Dang, I hate to see a Baba Yaga just sitting down there like that. Look at it, the poor thing.
Yeah, it's a shame, really. I got to tell y'all, folks, we were actually up in the mountains today here near Salt Lake, and it was actually quite cold up there. Like when we started off on the trail, it wasn't cold. By the time we turned around, actually, let me correct that. By the time I busted my ass the first time on the ice, the temperature had dropped a good bit. It did, and we were like, we have to go back. And then I proceeded to bust my ass another 2 times on the way down. Matthew didn't do it once, but I was going to slip and fall school today, folks. Like I did a comical one. Like it was good enough that I left an indent on the ground. It was hard.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a hard fall. That was a big one. Oh goodness, 3 times in a row. I was like, damn, son, I don't know if we're gonna make it up this mountain.
Oh man, I gotta tell y'all, folks, that was dangerous going back down. We were absolutely trucking on up, and then we got to a point to where literally the whole trail was covered in a couple of inches of ice. And then I turned around to Mandy, I said, "Oh, this is not going to be passable, man. We're going to be in trouble," because we were literally doing this with tennis shoes, which was a major mistake.
What's the lesson that you've learned from this incident?
Get cleats and poles, and that a lot of
Yes. Bring micro spikes, especially when you're going up inclines with ice. Very smart to bring micro spikes.
Oh, dude, if you had recorded that one fall that I had, dude, the one where I left the indent on the ground, dude, that would have been comedy. We could have put that on Patreon.
I remember though we were walking up, we weren't the only ones having a problem. There was somebody in the middle of the forest, and it was just like all you could hear was a sound. You heard somebody go "ah," and you're like, "What the hell was that?" And then later we saw some guy come down the hill and he had blood running down his face. We're like, okay. We're like, I don't know what just happened up there, but I guess he got jacked up.
Yeah, his cheek was literally completely covered in blood, folks. And he just walks by me and he goes, "A little slippery, isn't it?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then I turned around, and Matthew had the guy walked on. I said, "Hey, watch out, man! Like, there's like that guy's cheek was literally covered in blood." And then Matthew was like, "Yeah, it was." And then we found out why later when I busted my ass 3 times getting back down the ice. We also got to see this Russian grad disintegrate right here as well. This was done by the Ukrainian Lasers group. There's the Russian grad. That's at least what they kind of look like. Insert PNG. Now, here is the Russian grad in real life. And a boom, blit.
Oh man, they really did it that time. They went to slip and fall school, but there was no ice.
Oh, and they're about to really teach him about slip and fall school when that explosive shockwave makes them slip and fall. There we go. Just a little Moab going off on a tree line somewhere.
Also, I'm seeing everybody talking about y'all need gear. We do need gear, like we really do. Like it's really a problem. Here we love to go do stuff the first time and really just jack it up, like just screw the hell up with the whole thing, and then we learn our lessons, and then we come back prepared. Because who the hell likes to sit down and do all that research until you feel the pain of your mistakes?
Exactly. And also another thing, folks, it lets you have an adventure, because it was absolutely hilarious, because Matthew was dressed up in his shorts and his Hawaiian shirt, like we were on a...
It's not a Hawaiian shirt, man. It's just a normal button-up shirt. It's not... now you're going to put the idea in people's heads I'm walking around with a fluoro shirt on. I'm not doing that.
Bruh,
it's just a regular blue button-up shirt.
It's the same cut of shirt, though, like it would be the floral one. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, you weren't buttoning that earlier. But, so Matthew's out there, folks, wearing a solid light blue, basically what I call the Hawaiian shirt, and shorts. I'm wearing a polo and shorts, and we're both wearing tennis shoes, and we're literally climbing them out. Like, everyone around us is wearing like boots, and they got like the little like hiking poles and everything, and backpacks and heavy jackets and stuff, and we're just walking by them. Oh, excuse us, hey, how are y'all doing? And like just dressed up like we're ready for the summer. And then it's even funnier because when we make it up into where there's nothing but snow, I'm just like straight up busting my I almost did a split because the ice made my legs slide apart, and so I did a split in one spot and like yanked my muscles apart down near my groin. I was like, oh my god, man! I was like, oh my god! And then I completely fell after that. And so we're up there in winter shorts, and then at one point, folks, I slipped. Like, I was trying to get down a hill, and Matthew, I think you were watching it for a second. This wasn't like a slip and fall. I was trying to like kind of like skedaddle down some rocks, but there was literally nothing but ice in between them. So my feet just completely lost traction because my tennis shoes have no traction. So I just literally did a slip and slide down like 4 rocks that were covered in ice, and just ended up right behind Matthew afterwards.
I wish I just had this on camera. Like I'm not trying to make fun of Andrew. I'm not trying to do it. But when he was slipping on that ice, I was like, oh my god, I hope he doesn't fall and bust his head open. Number one, because I don't know what we're gonna do. We're too high up this mountain to like get somebody up here to help, and I'm going to carry him down or something. But I was sitting there watching, and when he started to slide on that ice, he started doing like the cartoon stuff like you see in Looney Tunes. The feet were doing that really fast shuffling. His hands were flailing in the air. I was like, this is just like Looney Tunes. I'm literally watching somebody literally slip and fall, doing the whole slip and fall. Like, do we have like a picture of like a Looney Tunes slip and fall, like where they're flailing their arms in the sky and stuff like that? I mean, it's literally just like that.
Hold up, let me go look at stock images on Google of slipping on ice. I could probably find one. Like, hold up. Let me see. Oh, yeah! Dude, that was me about halfway down. It was very similar to that.
It's somewhat like that, but you gotta find like the cartoon version of this right here, where they're like really slipping and falling. You know how they're like slipping and falling forward, back, and then all of a sudden they just like do a flip and fall on their ass or something like that. So I like that one.
What's better, folks, is that I could do a walking fall and slide almost. Like, Matthew was probably watching it at least a couple of times where both of my feet would just completely lose traction, and I would basically be like almost sideways, but I'd somehow recover it and then just keep walking. That happened loads of times. Like, it was so many times, it was unreal. Like, I just be walking, I just start sliding, I go ooh, and then I just straighten myself out and then just keep going.
I was standing in the back watching this, kind of like half horrified, and also like half of me was also like, you know, that like SpongeBob meme where Mr. Krabs like, look at him suffer. I was kind of like that too, like a little bit, just a little bit.
I'm not gonna lie, folks. I was dying laughing the whole time. I was literally laughing like a clown the whole way down. Even like when I was falling, I was just busting out laughing because it was getting ridiculous. Honestly, it was just getting to the point that it was insane how many times I was like falling and sliding and stuff. It was unreal. And you know, we should have known better, folks, because we walked past people who were taking off their cleats, and we were like, so do you need those? They were like, oh, Probably, but you might be fine anyways. Oh, okay. And then we walked past them, and then that's when slip and fall school started. But
It was
anyways,
actually kind of warm out there, though. Like, I see some people saying, "What the hell, y'all wearing shorts?" It was like leftover snow from when it was actually snowing and cold, and it just hadn't had a chance to melt after several weeks. It was like 60 degrees outside, so I mean, it wasn't like cold or something. I mean, to me, it was hot. Like I was having to take jackets off. I was like, "It's boiling out here." Meanwhile, there's people walking by in like parkas and stuff like that. I'm like, "What in the world?" And everybody's like, it's cold. I'm like, it's not cold. I'm like, it's hot out here. It's getting hotter too. I'm like sweating going up this hill. I'm like, what's everybody doing wearing parkas?
also everybody is talking about, I hope your tailbone's okay. Don't worry, folks. Every time I would fall, I have a very particular, like, for some reason I have a good fall reflex. I would always land straight on the very, like, best cushion part of my left cheek on my ass. Never hurt in my tailbone once. But I'm pretty good at falling and not getting hurt. Like, I didn't get hurt at all. I'm not even sore from like, my legs are sore actually from the climbing, but no part of me sore from falling really hard at least twice. Like, I was fine. So my tailbone isn't hurt at all. I make sure to fall in a way where I don't get hurt, but it was getting close a couple of times. Like, there was enough big rocks in the area. If I fell in the right way, I might bust my skull open, but luckily I didn't. Anyways, though, we do have to keep up with the Ukraine war news. We will, like, if y'all want to hear more stories about what happened today, I'll even show y'all some of the pictures that we took. But we got to get through the rest of this news first, folks, and then we'll get into the question segment, and we'll start yapping about all this fun stuff that we did today, because it was really fun. But anyways, we are now moving into the Russian casualty report. And we've got Kyiv Independence back, and we lost a Bobcat. Hey! Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it?
That's beautiful. I like to see it. One special equipment, very special.
It's beautiful, comrade. It is beautiful, tоварищ. But beyond that, Mestiza Keeper of Records has stated that 1,161 drones is the fourth highest daily loss, and the only category that is above averages. Troop losses are low, and the 7-day average is 814. And over the past 24 hours, we have been able to confirm that 730 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 2 APCs, 68 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 22 artillery pieces, 1,161 drones, and also 1 Bobcat skid steer. So it is pretty decent to see, and good to know. Moving us on from that, and on into the front lines themselves, we were able to see that within the Severonsky forest today, the Signum unit was targeting and hitting a lot of Russian forces. And we can see them obliat right into the cab, and a cook. Anyone can cook, and the Ukrainians take that literally, and they cook many. Oh, goodness, that backpack wasn't doing him any favors.
This is kind of how it was going up the mountain, like this type of snow level right here, actually.
Yeah, you know what, actually, it's thicker, actually. Remember, Matt, that you put your foot in it. It was like about a half foot or more deep. It's actually pretty deep.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
have pictures. I have pictures of those folks. If y'all stick around until the questions, I mean, we can't do it now. We're still in the news, but I have pictures that we can show that are OPSEC cleared.
Let me really quickly, Matthew, send some of my pictures as well in the group chat, well, the little chat that we have, so that way we could show the folks all the fun, also the beauty of it. I mean, it was really pretty up there. Sadly, folks, the lake was dried up, so we didn't really get any cool pictures of the lake, per se, but we did get a lot of other cool ones. But moving on from that clip and on into our next one further on down the line at Seversk, we also were able to see the Ukrainian drone operators of the 10th Mountain Assault Brigade holding down their area in the Seversk front and continuing to hit Russian forces. Let's take a gander at this and see what we got. Well, they're cooking them up Gary's way, I'd say. Look at them go.
They are, oh.
Bled! The 10th Mountain Assault Brigade, they don't hold punches.
Wow.
And someone said, so no casualties or losses at all for Ukraine? Shouldn't it be about over then? Well, here's the problem, my boy. my sweet little boy. Nobody gives reliable casualty statistics on the Ukrainians. The Russians claim that they're killing 20,000 Ukrainians a day, which they've been saying for 4 years, which means they should have killed everyone in Ukraine by now, and then some, which isn't true. And the Ukrainians also don't put out their own casualty reports. So the only casualty report that we have that we know that's reliable enough to work off of is Russia's. That's why it's the only one that we report. But anyways, moving on into Bakhmut, we also were able to see that the Ukrainian 56th Motorized Brigade was able to land some hits on the Russian. Oh my goodness, brother Bahaka is pulling. Good Lord, did you see that?
Oh my God. Let's see it again. Replay that.
Look at this.
Oh my God. It was bound. Oh, knocked somebody out or knocked all the crap out of the back of it.
Bro, they went flying over that bump, the doors open, and all of their supplies for their unit went flying out the back onto the road. Look at that. Bro, and they
All
slammed
the
into the
junk.
wall. They slammed into the wall of that building. They, like, skidded along it for a second. Look. Bro.
That's crazy, man. They are dedicated to get the hell out of there.
I don't even think it's going to do
Look
them
at
any
'em go.
good. Nah, and it didn't.
Oh,
My Lord, dude. They did all that for nothing.
it still got burned.
Good Lordy. Look at him go. Ooh, dang, that grad went up like a bomb. I guess it was a bomb. I mean, it's filled with dozens of them, really. Oh, they're getting another one. Oh, and they're getting a Garmata, which is an artillery piece. That looks like a Mr. B. They about to teach you who Mr. B is. Bam! Ooh. That drone pilot was actually smart. He rammed his into the artillery sight on the artillery piece, which is an incredibly important part, and without it, you really can't fire the gun. So with that, that's the end of the clip, and great to see. Moving on from that, and further on down towards Avdiivka, we also get to see the Ivan Franco group, which is basically just this guy, Franco, conducting drone attacks on the Russians back at Avdiivka, which is 60 kilometers away from the front. Take a look. They're coming on down towards highway. This is near Donetsk and Avdiivka. Oh, no. Very sad. It was a whole KAMAZ, too. They lost the entire truck.
They drove straight into it.
Oh, they about to get this one, too. Oh, it's another supply truck. Dang, they've been holding all their supply trucks back here. Oh, they've been leaving all the fun. Come on, let's get a couple of more while they do this weird zoom-in thing on exactly where these attacks are happening.
I appreciate it, geolocation. This is good work.
They're about to do it again. Light watch. It's boop, 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 boop. There we go. And then there we got the target. Bam, another KAMAZ. Down with KAMAZ.
This is like the mega super highway. This is a big spot.
Uh-oh. Oh, they lining up on another Russian military truck. Oh, great heavens. Ooh, and they got that one right in the cab. Oh, and they're about to get this one on this country
So they're
road.
doing these strikes like just around like random traffic on the roads. There's actually traffic next to these supply trucks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are. Way back. I
Wow,
mean,
that's crazy.
This is back near Donetsk and Avdiivka. This is way back there.
Yeah, that's wild. They're just like, that'd be wild to be driving down the highway, then to see a supply truck get smacked by a drone.
Yeah, you just get blown up like a couple hundred feet in front of you. You'd be like, oh, that's crazy. It's a good thing the Ukrainians, though, they do discern the military traffic from the civilian. So, you know, while it's in the middle of a busy highway like this, no civilians are getting wounded. Which is great to know. Like that. Oh, look at this. Little Russian military lotta. And another, oh, what's this right here? Another UAZ 469 and a, oh, what do we got here? Well, a little nighttime supply running, a lot of Neva? I think not. What is this right here? A Russian supply car. I mean, the Ivan Franco group, it does work. It works very hard. Now you see them here hitting more Russian forces. It's well. Matthew?
How many more do they hit?
Quite a good bit more. It's not many more. 40 seconds more for your concern. Oh, they got this Euro. Kaboom. Look at that. Hey, Matthew, who in the world has hypothetically spoken of beef with us? Can you look into that? Take a little look.
What do you think I am, the enforcer?
Yes, yes, we are the enforcers. It's like we are those guys.
You get it, like the enforcer. You know how they have it. Used to have it in the Italian mobs. There used to be the enforcer and things like that. Our name has nothing to do with that, by the way. Even though some people think to the contrary, nothing to do with that at all.
Nah, it's just a cool name. It sounded neat, so we went with it. I liked it. Oh, look, a little truck burnt up. Unfortunate for them, please. But moving on from that and on towards the cross front, we also get to see the Ukrainians hit a bridge today. What? Oh, they were just playing that dissonance music. Anyways, they hit the explosives under this bridge. There goes the bridge. Nice. Good to see. Well, moving on out of Pokrovsk, it's now time for us to move on down to Zaporizhia, where we also were able to see that there were some airstrikes that were conducted today by a MiG-29 carrying GBU-39s. Oh, there it goes on the climb to lob the bombs. Lob 'em, boys! And they about to. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. Oh, and here they go. They're landing them. And whaboom. Dead on the mark. And another. Just to make sure. Well, that's the end of that clip. It largely repeats right there. But moving on from that, we also were able to see that the Ukrainians captured a couple of Russian prisoners today in the 128th Mountain Assault Brigade near the Robotny. Take a little look. I'll have to mute the audio there, but we can see the Russian prisoners, all with their little covered caps, just sitting there, enjoying their time, as they do, as they like to.
At least they did the smart thing and surrendered.
Oh, yeah, they gave up. They knew what was good for them.
They have their heads low in shame.
And we see that they all poke their heads up to talk for just a second. They're like, our hair does not look good. We do not take showers in the Russian army. They give us no water. And this guy's like, yes, they do not give us water. He's very sad. And then the guy over here at the other end, he's like, I have a styled goatee. That's very manly. Now you see them all looking at each other. I say that with a goatee, by the way. So, you see them continuing to talk, but the rest of the clip is them talking, and unfortunately, we can't speak Russian. So, with that, we're going to be moving on out of the Zaporizhia front and on up into Kyiv to cover the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. So, without further ado, once this video loads, we're going to get y'all into the speech. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні в багатьох наших областях тривають роботи після російського удару. Черговий російський масований удар у їхньому типовому стилі, фактично всупереч дипломатичній роботі, яка триває на різних рівнях. Було більше, ніж 400 російських дронів, і значна частина з них – це шахеди. Також було майже 40 ракет різних типів. Значну частину українським воїнам вдалося збити, але не всі. Важливо, щоб і надалі справді активно українські дипломати, українські урядовці, українські військові разом з нашими партнерами працювали над тим, що працює реально. Ракети для Петріотів, ракети для Арісті та для усіх інших систем, які у нас є. Все це потрібно фактично щодня для захисту життя. Цієї ночі росіяни били в тому числі по об'єктах, від яких залежить робота атомних станцій. Це небезпека і для України, і для всього нашого регіону, і для Європи. Сьогодні блоки наших українських атомних станцій зменшили генерацію. Один блок автоматично відключився. Це такий рівень ударів, який жоден терорист в світі собі не дозволяв. Росія повинна відчувати відповіді всього світу, усіх тих, кого справді цікавить безпека. Росія повинна демонструвати, що для них не тільки такі удари та війна мають значення, але й перемовини, які тривають, які мають дати результат. Я хочу подякувати МВС України, усім нашим рятувальникам, ДСНС України, комунальним службам, які працюють, і також усім енергетичним компаніям, всім державним і приватним компаніям. Зараз всі мають працювати максимально злагоджено. Я хочу подякувати сьогодні кожному, хто працює саме так фахово та реально самовіддано По всій нашій країні задіяні ремонтні бригади, аварійні бригади, залучені сили на території фактично від Волинської області до прикордонних громад Чернігівщини, Харківщини. І багато роботи ще є в Києві, на Київщині, в областях Центральної України, також на Франківщині, у Вінницькій області і деяких інших наших регіонах. Я доручив також уряду та МВС надавати всю необхідну допомогу Одещині, допомогу Миколаївщині через складні погодні умови, важкі перепади температури. Не просто на дорогах в південних областях, загалом для комунальної сфери. Треба, щоб допомога була. Була сьогодні зустріч також у мене з міністром оборони Франції. Пані міністр в Україні з візитом поінформував про наслідки удару сьогоднішнього. Ми обговорили, що потрібно терміново для нашої стійкості, для захисту України. Передусім це ППО, військова авіація, спільна робота для оборони, для посилення Європи. Я дякую Франції за всю надану підтримку. Вдячний буду і за реалізацію того, про що ми говорили сьогодні. Ще одне, була детальна розмова з нашою переговорною групою після перемовин як з американцями, так і в тристоронньому форматі з росіянами. Я вважаю, що кожна зустріч важлива. Кожна зустріч додає ясності, як і коли війна може справді закінчитись. Для України і взагалі для надійності домовленостей принципово, щоб були гарантії безпеки, щоб Росія не повернулася в Україну з третім вторгненням. Гарантії безпеки – це те, що справді може дати більше довіри і процесу дипломатичному, і результату, який потрібен. Працюємо зараз над документами, з якими хлопці повернулись. Також над графіком подальших дій, подальших зустрічей, кроків. Я хочу подякувати команді за роботу, і найближчими днями ще ми будемо з командою працювати над підготовкою до наступних форматів. Я буду інформувати і наших партнерів в Європі про те, що на столі і які є перспективи. Україна зацікавлена, щоб Європа була учасницею процесів. Те, що вдається нам у залученні Європи, у врахуванні інтересів Європи, все це досить серйозно. Ми розраховуємо і надалі на таку ж суттєву підтримку і від Європи, і від Америки. Я дякую всім в Америці, хто справді хоче миру, також від інших партнерів у світі. Треба всім разом працювати заради реального миру. Слава Україні!
Ram Slava.
Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. And it's time for us, folks, to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And many of y'all who have been incredibly patient members of the LSA will finally get to hear more details and information about Slip and Fall School. And we are going to be talking about that probably a good bit in this question segment here. I do want to make sure that we get to some questions though first, so make sure to stick around just a little bit long, and we will be making sure to get to Slip and Fall School here in a moment. But with that in mind, Matthew, what do we got? What do we got here?
All right, so jumping in to our final question segment of the night, we're going to get our super chats, our live chats, and Morse code decoders, and we're going to jump right into our super chats to begin the segment. And our first one here goes to none other than Howard Mendelson. And thank you very much, Howard, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And Howard said, Caesar was assassinated in front of the Senate. Ancient sources, Tacitus, Livy Suetonius, Sallust, Cassius Dio, and all modern historians I've ever read all agree. And I don't know of any alternate story. Please recheck.
Well, I don't mean to like quickly pull this up and debunk that, but if you just type in where was Julius Caesar assassinated, it's the Curia de Pompeo, which is not the Senate. It's actually a bit of a misnomer, I believe, that you might be working off of, because it's actually William Shakespeare who changed the location of his assassination in his play to the Senate instead of where it actually happened, which was outside of a theater. And that's because there was a decent amount of creative liberties that were taken. One, because the story wasn't incredibly well known during Shakespeare's time. They generally knew the broader strokes of it, but they didn't know the minutia. And then secondly, there also was the fact that they had to make it a lot more dramatic. And it's far more dramatic if everyone stabs him in the Senate instead of just a couple of an assassin stabbing him to death outside of a toilet, basically a porta potty. I mean, that wouldn't really sound that cool. It's like if you ever heard like the assassination stories, say for example, of Abraham Lincoln, what sounds better? Him getting assassinated at Ford's Theater, or you went to the bathroom and then he walked out of the bathroom, and when he did, somebody smacked his head into a marble countertop and then he died. Like if that was the real way that Abraham Lincoln had been assassinated, it probably would have been dramatized into something far more interesting. And from what I would generally know, it appears that everyone says that he died at the Curia of Pompeii, or the Theater of Pompeii in Rome. And generally, when you pull it up on Google, that's really where everyone says that he died. And there's a decent amount of videos of it on YouTube talking about it, the information of it, what led up to it, when it happened, how it happened, and all that stuff as well. And I might be wrong, as I'm not one who really heavily researches antiquity, or for that matter, specifics in Roman history. I generally know the broader ebbs and themes, but one of the things that I know is that his assassination wasn't really that interesting, and that's why I brought up, he died right outside of a restroom near a theater in the middle of Rome. So I do thank you so much for the support and helping the channel keep running. I will look into it a little bit more, but it appears that this is generally the consensus of where he died. And the only place that I've known of where it says that he died in the Senate was in William Shakespeare's play about that, which has been worked with ever since. It's very similar to the story, from what I know, of George Washington cutting down the cherry tree, which never actually happened, but because so many people said it, a lot like William Shakespeare's play says about where Caesar died, everyone just went with it forever. And a lot of people could say, well, everyone back then said that George Washington cut down a cherry tree, but that was more so just an embellishment to make it clear George Washington doesn't lie and he's always honest, and they just came up with that story to emphasize, look, he's an honest guy. Here's this fake story we made about how honest he really is as an exaggeration about how upstanding the guy is. But I do thank you massively for the support, Howard Mendelson, and helping the channel to keep it running. But I think I'm going to have to stick to the story here because it seems as though nobody really says that he died in the Senate. And also, let me go pull that up really quickly. I want to make sure. Did Julius Caesar die in the Senate? Let's see. So, let's see here. It appears
It says he was stabbed to death by Roman senators on March 15, 44 BC during a Senate meeting.
at the Curia de Pompeii, which is the theater in Pompeii.
Let's see here.
That's
While
not-
often thought to be in the main Senate house, he was actually killed in the Theater of Pompey complex by a conspiracy of roughly 60 senators led by Brutus and Cassius.
Yeah, so see, he didn't die in the Senate. He died at the theater that I was talking about earlier. So, like, even in that story, it says the theater, not the Senate. So, I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running, but I think I'm going to have to stick with that because it appears that every recounting of the story doesn't say on the Senate steps or at the actual Senate building, which I can show you all here in the Roman Forum. Let's see, it's going to be right up here. Here it is. This is the Senate building. He didn't die in the Curia Julia, which is this building right here. That's the Senate building. Let me see if I can show you all a better picture of it. Because here it is. So that is the Curia Julia. He didn't die in the Senate building. He died a little ways away in the Curia de Pompeii, which is a theater, but they were holding a meeting within it, which is a lot like how in the modern day, say, political parties or political conferences sometimes hold their conventions in some sort of a hotel or a general stadium or a public venue or something along those lines. And that's where he died. And from what we know, he died near to the toilets at that area, which is talked about greatly. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. I will say this, though, on most other historical topics, I would be dead certain on certain things that I would say on Rome. That's not really my strong suit, but it appears that most other sources that we can find quickly say that he died at the Curia de Pompeii, not the steps of the Senate building here in the Roman Forum. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat from Robert Betancourt. And thank you very much, Robert, for that $50 support. We do appreciate that very, very much. He said, first green change happened in January of 2025. The change happened at the beginning of January 25 with the European Union defense contract of $2 billion.
And interesting. I thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. I got to say, that's incredibly interesting to hear. And I got to say, a massive thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to hear about interesting facts like that. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And also, really quickly, let's see. Oh, here we go. So I wanted to show you this. I have to quickly get the AI overview because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I kind of want to breeze through it really quickly. But a lot of people are saying, well, I remember him dying on the steps of the Senate. That is specifically out of the William Shakespeare play, Julius Caesar. And that's where a lot of people get the idea of how Caesar died, because it is the most historical retelling of the story. It's not inaccurate at all. Like, none of it's really accurate at all. But Shakespeare is a great playwright, and that's basically the way most people remember Caesar getting killed, is through this play, which actually didn't happen. It's basically like saying, this is how World War II went because I watched Saving Private Ryan, which isn't, that isn't a direct recounting of the Second World War. That's a dramatized version of the landing at Normandy beaches and then a little bit of the battles that happened off of the beaches. But that's not at all reflective or accurate of what actually happened in the Second World War. Very similar. And you can see, let's see, I'll just read y'all what the AI overview says just to really quickly knock it out. I would go and get a better source, but we're kind of pressed for time. I want to make sure to get to the questions. In Act 3, Scene 1 of Julius Caesar, the conspirators surround Caesar at the Senate, specifically the steps of the Senate because it's dramatic looking, on the Ides of March under the guise of presenting a petition. Casca strikes the first blow, followed by the others, with Brutus delivering the final fatal stab, prompting Caesar's famous last words, et tu, Brute, which actually now people say was never said, but in the William Shakespeare play, he said it as in, I hope this happens to you, or, and you too, you betrayed me, and then he died. So that's generally why everyone remembers him dying at the Senate building on the steps of the Senate, is because that's how Shakespeare said it happened. Shakespeare didn't know how it happened. He wasn't there, and also, the 16th century understanding of Roman history is actually a lot worse than what we know today, funnily enough. They knew very little about what Rome was, rather than the very broad strokes of what y'all would know today. Our understanding of the Roman Empire in the present day right now is about the best that it's ever been. Like, literally, like, even people in 600 AD, 300 years after the fall of Western Rome, would have known far less than we do today about what the Roman Empire was, what it was about, and the major historical points that happened inside of ancient Rome. But anyways, with that, we are on and into the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to none other than Ella MC Wheels NAFO for a $30 support. And thank you very much, Ella, for once again supporting the channel. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Ella said, greetings, Enforcer and LSA, and I hope you are doing well and happy Saturday. And thanks once again for all the hard work and dedication. And take one from the chat, and long live the LSA and Slava Ukraine.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our work. We try our best. And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And I gotta thank you massively for the kind words and the support. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And we wouldn't be able to...
He said that 3 times in a row, by the way. He said the same thing 3 times over.
I was just trying, man. I'm trying here. But it's still a huge thanks. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the live chat question in honor of Ella is going to go to Up Guy, who said, my live chat question is, what does the channel demographics look like on YouTube? That's an interesting question, by the way. We don't get many questions.
Are you a data scalper?
That one. I don't think that's a thing. But also, the demographics used to be largely skewing toward the older end of the spectrum, but these days it's actually pretty evenly distributed, which I'm not really sure what that really indicates from like a larger, like bigger picture standpoint, but we have generally gotten a pretty good even mix of the younger demographic and older demographic these days, which is interesting. But Enforcer, what say you?
Actually, after the World War scares disappeared, it's kind of back to normal. Actually, I'm looking at it right now over the past 28 days, and here's what we have right now at the moment for viewer age. So it's getting back towards like it's more normal skew to where most of our viewers are 65 plus. Some of them are 55 to 64. And then the group 18 to 24 and 25 to 34, which used to make up a far larger amount. This used to be even almost across all of the age demographics a couple of months back. They've dropped back down to their normal levels. So we think that we were getting a humongous amount of viewership from those age brackets because the fear of World War coming around, especially at the beginning of this year, was a lot higher. And so they were flooding into the news to try and figure out what was happening and why they might be having to get drafted. So a little bit interesting with that. Also, we can take a look at the viewer agenda. Let's take a look here.
Also, by the way, someone said, "Hey, wait a minute. How do you know how old the people are?" We get those demographics data provided by YouTube, so that's all they give. By the way, like it's nothing like personally identifiable or anything like that. So you're fine. It's just simply like very vague data with no attribution to individual people. So it's just an overview of like ages.
Yeah, and we can see right here that this one male viewer that they give us an example of, Mark, who lives in... yeah, I'm just kidding, by the way. They don't give us any data like that. But our viewership is 11% female, which is now a 1% increase from the last time we checked this, which I think it was like 9.8 the last time we checked, and 88.6% male. So that's our breakdown there. And let's see, anything else? How about geography? How about cities, actually? We don't really check that much. Let me see here. So, our biggest viewer city is New York, New York, followed by Los Angeles.
Oh, whoa! The Big Apple, man. I always knew we had a little bit of that Big Apple watching.
Whoa! Big Apple! Oh my God, we got a lot of viewers from Chicago. Man, now we really got to roll back on what we're saying about Chicago. like we really. I'm just kidding about it. And then we got Toronto and Houston and Sydney and Los Angeles. And then we have Seattle, that's a big viewership. London in the UK, Melbourne, and Victoria, Australia. Let's see here. Phoenix, Las Vegas. Salt Lake City show up on this thing? Oh, yeah, it does. Look at that. 9,263 views over the past 28 days from Salt Lake City.
We have people that know us here. I haven't run across a single one of them, though.
Me either. Like, it's like there's like honestly, it's really interesting, folks. Like going out and not having anyone be like, "Oh my God, you're the enforcer." It's interesting. It's like being unknown again, which at least in the public is kind of nice because people don't like try and like treat you nice because they're like, "Oh, that's the YouTube guy." They just treat you however, so you kind of get to know who they're about. But let's see here. Oh, Detroit. My goodness, we got viewers from Detroit. I didn't think any of y'all survived the purge up there. Like, someone's like, screw you, man. Like, someone's about to go off. But, oh, man. And then we got Portland viewers. We have
no viewers from any city in Alabama, according to this chart. Like, yeah, well, at least it shows up on the chart. Well, I know we have viewers from Alabama, but not big enough to register on the chart.
Let me check. I want to make sure that we're right on that. Yeah, no Alabama city shows up at all.
Damn.
Man. That's kind of crazy, honestly. I mean, hell, like, even places like Tampa show up, but not anything in Alabama at all. Let's see, what else shows up? Any smaller towns that are kind of shocking? I mean, Fort Worth isn't that shocking. Not really seeing any towns that are like, wow, I can't believe that a small town like that has that much viewership. But let's see here. And then we can break it down by... Let's see here. Let me take this off screen really quickly because we don't want to show anything too sensitive here. Geography. So, our top viewership categories, y'all are not going to believe this. This is actually pretty shocking here. Our top viewership categories now is the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and India.
How much is India?
India makes up 1.6% of our viewership.
So, what's the next up rank?
Australia.
At what percentage?
3.6%.
Dang, that's I'm not sure how these numbers are really adding up.
Well, I mean, it's just over the past 28 days, my boy. The United States viewers are really starting to dominate the graph, by the way, folks. The U.S. viewers make up 67% of our viewership now. It used to be something around 55, and then it got up to 60. But nowadays, our viewership and our audience is largely starting to become American, almost solely. I have a feeling that might be because of the foreign policy situation abroad, which might actually be affecting a lot of stuff, actually, when I think about that now, like with YouTube's overall viewership, because, we were talking about how it looks to be lower across the board on the whole of YouTube. that might be why, because YouTube's an American company, and a lot of Europeans might just not be using American companies anymore to watch stuff. So that might be the reason.
Maybe.
He said that very quickly. It's just kind of, it startled me. It scared me here. Over the lifetime of the whole channel, by the way, folks, to give you all this number, our viewership over the lifetime of the entirety of our channel, Americans only make up 56% of that viewership. So I think you can kind of tell how much that might be changing our viewership stats, because over the past 28 days, Americans make up more than 2/3 of the viewership, when in reality, they normally make up just a little bit over half. But anyways, with that, I hope we have been able to address that well and also show off some interesting stuff right there. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. And so what do we got?
And our next one goes to Duncan VR, who puts in a $25 support all the way from Australia. And thank you very much, Duncan, for throwing in that support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Duncan said, Baba Moo Quack, Julius Caesar was playing cards. He was playing cards at Five Guys, having a burger and Caesar salad. He went outside for a vape that was taken out by somebody. What is RFK saying? Bah.
I would have to tell you that I don't play cards. And also, what is RFK saying? What is the worm commanding him to do today?
It's an interesting question about what worms are saying. If they could speak linguistically, they might say something along the lines of, use your brain to think it through. What's he saying? Thanks, Zelensky, thank you.
I have to be honest with you. I do not know what that man is saying half of the time.
I don't either, but it's not the point. It's just about getting the sounds out. That's the biggest accomplishment.
What is your opinion on health? Do you think that tallow and narcotics go together, or do you think that they should be separate?
I would say America would be much better off if they kept stuffing their face with French fries as long as it was cooked in tallow. I think that might be better.
Tell us what you think is a good study aid when you're trying to cram for an exam in college.
Well, you see, there's a good study aid out there. It's something that they don't publicize a lot. It's Mexican Coke in the glass bottles. The type you get in a 24-pack from the store. It's a good thing.
I'd have to say that that's very insightful. Here in Ukraine, we don't do that stuff because we can't get our hands on it, really. But beyond that, though, I do thank you for sharing that advice.
But beyond that, I do thank you massively for the support and helping us to have a little bit of a voice segment there. A little bit of a voice segment. And I just saw someone a second ago say, F y'all, that guy's based. I don't think you get it. It's just a joke. Calm down. We're not like tearing the guy down with one joke. And then second off, it looks like they asked if I'm on Coke, and no, I'm more of a Pepsi guy. To be entirely honest with you, Coke's just not really my thing. But beyond that, though, I would have to say, Duncan VR, I thank you massively for the support. And speaking of things that are kind of like funny, I guess we ought to talk a little bit more about that whole slip and fall school thing that happened today, because it is a fun story, one that is enjoyable to say the least. So we went back, folks. Many of y'all heard about our adventure to the Bell Canyon yesterday and how we really didn't make it anywhere because we didn't have enough time. So when Matthew did not make a short war video today because there wasn't enough news, we were like, let's hit the Bell Canyon Trail right now because we'll have plenty of time to wander around and get out of there. So we went to the Bell Canyon Trailhead again. We parked in this parking lot, and then we wandered up this hill, which this is actually kind of like a deceptively steep hill. Let me see if I can show y'all from the top. So the parking lot would be way down there. So this isn't even the top of it. The top of it's actually up there somewhere. But anyways, you climb over this thing, and then you make it down this little trail right here, and then you go meandering up this little trail that is the height of the original hill, but it's a lot longer of a trail, and then you make it up to here. And we actually took pictures today, so I can actually show y'all a little bit of what that's like. So here are my pictures that I took. This is what the lake looked like today. That's the general area. The lake's kind of dried up, but it still looked really cool. You can see the snow up there. So let me show you all this. So this is the view looking up the Bell Canyon. The two little mountain range looking things on the sides, that's what makes up the walls of the canyon. And inside of that, that's Bell Canyon. So we made it, folks. From where this picture was taken, this was about the halfway point of the trip, but we made it all the way up into those like spruce trees, like the fir trees up there in the mountains. We made it that far, and then we turned around and we came back. So it was a pretty decently long trip. How long was it, Matthew? Like round trip sort of a deal?
Let me check my app real quick.
It's like 3.5
let's see
miles
here.
or something.
I'll tell you the exact statistics because I gather exact statistics on this because it pleases my brain. 2.79 miles with an elevation gain of 575 feet. A moving time of 1 hour and 10 minutes, although it took 2 hours in total, burning about 450 calories.
Dang. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Wait a minute, it's how many feet? 500 something feet? 575?
575 feet of elevation in total.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. It didn't really seem like it was that shallow of a deal. Like it felt really like, I don't know what it is, folks, but like 500 something feet of elevation gain feels like 1,000 when you look back down where you came from. You'd be like, oh my God, look down there. And I mean, in Alabama, it's perfectly flat, so we don't really have a good perspective of how high something is. So it always feels like we're up a mile, even up 500 feet. But anyways, we went meandering up in there, and this was the wide shot, by the way, of that area. That's generally what it looks like around the lake again. Sadly, Matthew can't see which one I'm on, but if you want to follow along, Matthew, on Discord, I'm on the third picture that I put in there, so I'm on that one right now. So moving on into our fourth picture here, this was also the view to the opposite side of the lake, looking down the Wasatch Front, which looked really cool. But now I'm going to show you some pictures of what the trail actually looked like. So this was generally what the trail kind of looked like through most of our wandering around, which it was gorgeous looking. I mean, it looks like the Swiss Alps. It was really cool. But one thing that we did not think about is that it had snowed, and it's warm enough that the snow is melting. So everywhere is nothing but this like sloppy kind of mud stuff. But it is not Alabama mud. It doesn't like cling to your shoes and make them 7 pounds heavier. It's just that your feet sink into the mud, but you can pull them out and the mud doesn't attach, which is really nice. But it is a bit of a trouble walking through it. Anyways, it then started to turn into ice. This is kind of like further on up in the mountain. Like this is getting on closer to the mountain itself. And the trail started to turn into ice. And it got like a little bit colder up here. A little bit colder. And it was around this point that we made it to this creek, which is super cool. I'm on the second to last picture, by the way, Matthew, if you want to follow along and add anything in of your story that you would like to share. But this little creek here that's covered in ice, this is really cool, folks. Something that blew us away. We've never seen anything like this in Alabama. It had a giant ice sheet over it, but under that ice sheet, the creek actually had running water. You could hear it under the ice. It was so cool. It was the coolest thing. I've never seen anything like that. And then I took this one last picture right here of the trail sign because I thought that looked really cool with all the snow behind it. And you see that the snow is pretty damn thick up here. It's like 6 inches to a foot thick. And you can also see that the trail right there has been packed down into basically an ice sheet, like the actual trail that you walk on. So that trail became really icy, and right behind this trail sign, the opposite way, there was a little footbridge that crosses over that creek I just showed y'all, and then after that, it literally turned into nothing but snow, and the trail was literally covered in several inches thick of ice, and that's when I started slipping fall school, and I started busting my ass everywhere and ripping my leg muscles apart by basically doing forced splits from the ice.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I actually took a video because I was thinking if we ever show this to the audience, I need them to like hear the sounds and sights and stuff like that. It's really, honestly, fantastic. I sent you a video, by the way. I wish I could watch it as well, but you can show them the video real quick and show them the sounds. There was a frozen lake or a frozen creek actually that was pretty cool sounding. It literally sounded like it was out of like a movie or something.
Yeah, it really was. So here's the clip. So as you can see, like, the creek is literally covered in a sheet of ice, but you could still hear the water flowing underneath it. And sometimes when you look into these little holes in the ice, you can actually see that the water will, like, bulge up onto the ice, and you could actually see the flow of the water for a second, and then it would recede back down again. But you could hear the water flowing. It was the coolest thing. Being from Alabama, we've never seen anything like that in our lives. But it was really cool. I mean, this was one of the coolest little things that we've done so far out here in Salt Lake City. But I got to say, folks, this picture right here, if you're looking at it, Matthew, this would be the fifth picture in. This is the one of the trail with like the mountain in the foreground with the pine tree or the fir tree off to the right side of the frame. That's honestly my favorite picture of the day. It looks so cool. It was a really cool picture. But anyways, we got to get cleats. We got to get hacking poles. And we could have done a lot more today if we had those. It wouldn't have been as tough as it was. We were doing a full-on leg workout for about an hour or so or more, getting back down this thing and back to the parking lot because it was nothing but ice, basically. So we're like basically fighting to not slip and fall on the ice the whole way down, which was one hell of a leg workout, I'll have to say. And what's even crazier, Matthew, is that through all of our efforts, through all of our hard work, we only made it here. That was our stopping point right here.
Yeah, honestly, like if I could have gone at it again, the problem is that we only have so much daylight and so much time, is we have to come back and work. Obviously, we're trying to fit this stuff in around a very tight work schedule, which is kind of tough because at the same time, we're trying to take safety in mind coming back down off the mountain, but at the same time, we're like, dang, we got to get back and like start working, like we got to get to work. So it's kind of like a bit of a thing. Are we going to sacrifice the leg muscles to get back and work? And we did ultimately. We actually did on the way back down. When I came back down off that thing, and going up was no problem. Like, I wasn't even winded going up the entire way, the entire whatever it was, mile or whatever it was to go up with all that elevation. But going back down, my legs by the time I got back down was kind of like that little like shakes and shimmers and stuff in the legs. I was like, geez, man, trying to go back down and not slip on ice, that will wear you down.
So also, I just saw someone say, how far does that trail go? And that's a great question, Will Paddock. This trail goes pretty far. I'll actually show you the length of it from where we stopped right here. So it goes further on up the Bell Canyon Trail. Let's see what it looks like through here. So it looks like this. Honestly, man, that trail looks... This is like actually looks fairly easy. Like if it wasn't covered in ice, that probably wouldn't have been too tough to do. But anyways, it goes all the way up here to the Bell Canyon Waterfall, which is this thing right here. It looks really pretty, really cool. And eventually we're going to make it up here. And then that's the view back down out of the area of that canyon and also what's above it. So once you make it here, you're pretty well up the mountain by that kind of, well, not really well up it, but you're kind of getting there. And then you can go up to the Bell Canyon Upper Falls, which are up here. The trail continues up here, and then it continues to meander through even further. And up here, this is the Upper Bell Canyon Reservoir, which you can make it to, I believe, by the trail. And that's what this looks like. So at this point, you're entering like Red Dead Redemption, alpine mountain-looking territory. And then the trail finally goes on all the way up this little spine right here to the tip of Lone Peak, which is this area right here, which is nothing I think it's nothing but solid granite. It's like a several 100-foot tall solid granite. And at the top of that, right there, that's the summit. And then you get these really cool views. Let me see if I can show you all the really cool picture off the top of this thing of what the Salt Lake City area looks like. Well, that's looking towards Mount Timpanogos, but you get a view like that, and that's about 11,725 feet at the peak. And from the base of the mountain, which is at about 4,600 feet, that's about a 7,000-foot elevation gain. So what we did today, we would have to do about 10 times over in elevation gain to be able to reach this summit right here. Which then
And honestly, I'm down for that. I'm not sure when we're ever going to have time to do that, but if we ever did have time to do it, I would certainly go for it. I don't know if you have to rappel on any part of this, by the way. I'm not really sure about that. I'm actually trained in rappelling. I actually know how to do that. So I learned it way back in high school and went down these huge things like in JRTC. Actually showed us how to rappel and how to do that whole thing and everything. I haven't had to actually put in what is it? What do they call those things? It's like the device you put into the rock or something to secure yourself when you're going down.
Let's see, what the hell is that thing called? I kind of it's a something iron, it's something like that. It's not a grab iron.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what that thing is called. It could be possibly. I wasn't taught that part. I just simply the stuff was already installed and all that stuff when we did it. So I didn't get to learn how to install that stuff, which is probably very critical because unless these trails already have that stuff installed on it, then yeah, I think it's a piton. I think Dan Brooks is correct. I think it is a piton. Yeah. Everybody's saying that. That's what it's called. I don't know how to do that part, which I'd have to figure out. But I would like to do that. That'd be fun.
Yeah, here it is. This thing right here.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would love to go up to the top. It's just, folks, to be completely honest, I have to get into better physical shape. So I have to work on that first to be able to get up here, but I would love to get up here. I mean, look at the view. That's down towards Utah Lake, by the way. This is the city of Provo down here. Um, but I want to get up there to take a look at the Great Salt Lake. I mean, look at the scenery here, folks. I mean, look at it. That is really something, actually, up here. I mean, there's like nothing but beautiful scenery. It looks like the Alps up there. I mean, it really does. It basically is the Alps. It's an alpine environment. So I would like to go up there one day. I'd like to see the thing myself. So, you know, hopefully one day we'll be able to climb up to the top of this thing and not die and not end up on the local news, and we'll be able to take a look at it. So I hope you all enjoyed a little bit of the extra story of Slip and Fall School today. Not really a lot of slipping and falling in the second retelling of the story, but there was a lot of slipping and falling to be had, and it was plenty of fun. I didn't really hurt myself, so it was just funny, and that was that. So anyways, with that, we are on and into the next one.
And also, by the way, let's see. Adam said, "No thanks. I don't do heights unless I'm above water." You know what's interesting is when I learned to rappel, I actually saw like a kid almost bust his head open like doing it because my JROTC instructor was the guy teaching the rappelling class, and he was a little bit wired to say the least. He was fresh out of the army, and he still had that army thing going on, so he wasn't really acting like he was around kids. He was acting like he was around recruits. So I actually saw one kid go down. He actually ended up flipping upside down from the rope and smacking his head onto the wood because it was like this massive structure that went up like, I think it was like 100 feet or something like that into the air that you climbed up the backside of it. Then you rappelled down the other side of it. There was like a wooden wall on it. So I actually saw him flip. They hit his head and they had to like lower this kid off this thing because when you rappel down, you're supposed to leap. You're supposed to do like little small jumps going down to, you know, make it easier to go down. You don't want to hit the wall. But this kid didn't do that. So I actually saw them screw it up several times. I saw actually a couple mishaps with that. So kind of dangerous a little bit. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to My Trucking Travels, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support once again. He said, once again, your friendly overnight truck driver, Phoenix to Houston, and take one from the chat, my friends.
Phoenix to Houston? Well, my friend, you must be taking... Wouldn't that be, yeah, that would be like Interstate 10, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that would be Interstate 10. You're on Interstate 10 right now. And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for the support, and I hope that you're staying safe out there on Interstate 10. I hear that it's close to those coyotes, whatever they are. I mean, what are they, animals or people involved with the cartel? That's up for you. But beyond that, I'm just kidding. All jokes aside, I do thank you incredibly for the support. It helps this channel to keep it running, and I hope that you stay safe out there. And a big thanks to you for supporting this channel and helping us to keep this sort of news running every single night. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the live chat question in honor of My Trucking Travels goes to Laser, who said, would a reactor going critical get the Western world to respond?
I don't really know. At this point, it seems like the Western world is kind of like stuck in its own cycle, whatever you want to describe that as. I don't really think anything will really move them to action unless it was, say, a direct nuclear explosion in Ukraine. I don't even think a nuclear meltdown would meet that criteria for them. So I don't really know. I'd have to say I'm kind of on the fence on that. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that us address that the best we can. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Luke UK, who puts in a 20 as well. And thank you very much, Luke, for that $20 support as well. And we do appreciate that. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And we're always greatly appreciative and massively thankful for folks like you and your support because you make this thing a reality every night. So huge thanks once again. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Old Warrior Fella, another longtime channel legend. And Old Warrior Fella said, it's not at all unknown for enemies to attack based on your tendencies. At Pearl Harbor, it was sleeping late on Sundays, and the Super Bowl starts tomorrow at 2:30 a.m. Tehran time, and every soldier who can watch it will. And do you think that's going to have an effect?
It might, but there's still going to be people on duty. Like, they're not going to just tell everyone in the Middle East, all right, go take a break, go watch the Super Bowl. There's still going to be people on station. They're just going to miss it and either have to record it or hear about it later. I would doubt it because usually the U.S. military when people are on shift, they're usually on shift. Like, they don't really get a time to kind of goof off and kind of kid around. I personally know a lot of people who are in the military, and if there's ever anything that they have to do over a holiday, you've got to be paying attention and locked in. They don't really allow you to kid around and, watch the Super Bowl or something like that if you're on call or on shift. So, well, not on call, but on shift. But it's still a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Diane Merriam. And thank you very much, Diane Merriam, for that $20 support. And they said, couldn't the hit on the Ukrainian nuclear power stations be considered a nuclear attack?
Not necessarily, because from what we know, it's attacks on substations that are in the area that feed power to the power plant. So it's not really a direct attack that could be considered some sort of a nuclear exchange. It's more so something that's leading indirectly to a nuclear crisis, but it's not directly causing it. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And also, really quickly, folks, it just hit me, since everyone's talking about the Super Bowl, before we move to the next question, I do realize, folks, that the Super Bowl is tomorrow. And what we were trying to figure out, folks, is how many of y'all are going to be watching the Super Bowl and how many of y'all are not going to be watching the Super Bowl. Because if there isn't really a lot of people who are going to be watching the Super Bowl tomorrow, we might cancel the stream. But we're generally trying to lean into running one regardless. But Matthew, do you think we could try and see how many people are going to be watching and not watching the Super Bowl? Do you think we can run a poll on that and see who's going to be watching it, so we might be able to figure out what we're going to be doing tomorrow?
I'm not watching the Super Bowl. Will you be watching the Super Bowl?
Bro, I don't even know what the hell football really is. Absolutely not. Like, I tell you, I don't really know what any sports are. So we will be seeing what y'all are saying, because we're curious. If y'all aren't going to be watching the Super Bowl, we're definitely running a show. But if most of y'all are going to be watching the Super Bowl, then we might end up foregoing a show because, we want to make sure that everyone's around and able to watch if we're running one. Because I will say this, folks, when ever there's like a big event like the Super Bowl and like there's not really a lot of people here, it really does kind of take the wind out of our sails, because we're like, oh, damn. Like, everyone else is watching the Super Bowl. We're like the sideshow to the sideshow right now. And then it's like, oh, and it kind of makes the momentum hard to keep up and makes the show a slog. So we'll see what
I want to run one anyway. I want to run a stream anyway. I don't want to just sit around and just have to think about stuff. I'm not watching that Super Bowl.
Man, I just can't wait for the halftime show tomorrow. I'm sure there's no way that that's been politicized to hell.
Oh, Bad Rabbit?
Bad Rabbit. I think it's no, I think it's what is it, Kid Rock, or something like that, Rockin' Kids or something. I don't know. Some along.
I thought
those lines.
I thought everybody was pissed off or something like that because Bad Rabbit or somebody was playing at the thing.
Oh yeah, now I remember. So like this Bad Rabbit guy, or I think it's Bad Bunny. Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Bad
actually
Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Yeah, it's Bad Bunny. So he's doing this whole halftime show thing tomorrow. And apparently it's gotten some people pissed off. So I think I've heard something about some other group is going to be running their own halftime show at the same time the Super Bowl halftime show is going to run, and apparently they're going to compete with it. I don't really know how the hell that works. But apparently that's what they're going to be doing. So apparently somehow the halftime show is political now. I don't really get that. Like, I don't really get that a lot. But apparently it is. So I don't know. That's also why I cannot stand the stuff, because it's like, how the hell can a stupid sport where a whole bunch of guys like grope each other in a bunch of tight fit uniforms throwing around a leather ball, how in the world can that even become political? And that's really what gets me about the modern world, folks. I don't really know how the hell that whole thing is becoming political. I have no clue. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And moving out of that and into our next one, this one goes to Moity Movies, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Moity, for that generous support. He said, you guys are good and keep it going.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for wanting us to keep it going. We try our best to keep it going, and thanks to your support, we'll be making sure to keep this thing going. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Pleasure Burn. And thank you very much, Pleasure Burn, as well, for that support. They said, where is the most dangerous place in the world right now as far as dying from war? That's a good question, actually. I would say, personally, in my opinion, It really depends because Iran would be the most dangerous, a week or two ago when they were eliminating people. It would by far be the most dangerous. They wiped out, 30,000 plus people in just the course of a few days. So that was probably the worst. But as on an ongoing basis, I would say the Ukrainian front line with the Russian forces has to be the deadliest. If you're on the Russian side fighting the Ukrainians inside of Ukraine, that's one of the highest consistent death rates that we're probably seeing. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd actually say that one of the deadliest places to be in the world right now would probably be Sudan. It doesn't get a lot of coverage. We don't even really cover it, but there are a lot of people in the over 1,000 a day that are dying in Syria right now, either civilian or military. So I generally say, out of every single conflict that's going on in the world right now, Sudan is probably the worst in terms of the survivability rate. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can, because Iran was really bad if you were there during that during the 2-week period the massacres were really going, and even right now with the execution still ongoing. But Sudan is a daily affair, and it is brutal. But the sad thing is that we can't really cover it a lot, folks, because there's just not a lot that comes out of Sudan about it. It's really closed off. No one really goes there to find any information. Nobody really sends out any information from Sudan for us to know about it. So it's really hard to cover that conflict. But every time we get a little snippet or a snapshot of what's going on in Sudan, it's basically like the killing fields under Pol Pot in Cambodia, but everywhere, every day in Sudan. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, we have some breaking news coming out right this second. This is an early report. I'm trying to get corroboration of it. We're hearing allegations that India's Coast Guard, you heard it correct, the Indian Coast Guard has allegedly seized 3 Iranian oil tankers 100 miles west of Mumbai. So this is the first I'm hearing of this. So I'm trying to see if this is actually the case, because I'm having a hard time believing that the Indian Coast Guard went out and seized Iranian vessels. That would be unheard of. So interesting. So let me try to see if I can get more corroboration of this right now, but that's a big move by India, of all countries, right there against Iran. So, Enforcer, what say you while I try to find more information?
That's a fairly interesting development. I actually would not know why that's the case, because I actually wouldn't really know enough about this to actually give a lot more detail into it. It's an interesting occurrence, but I don't really know what justification India is using to seize the tankers, because I don't believe that India is a participating member of enforcing U.S. sanctions against Iran. So I really don't know what's up with this at the moment. So do you have any more information on it?
So it looks like there are claims out there that seem to be that they've detained these vessels here because they are involved with U.S. sanctions that were imposed in 2025. So it appears they are trying to enforce U.S. Sanctions that the U.S. imposed on Iran. It looks like India is trying to do that. So that is fascinating here. We'll have to wait and get more corroboration of this. That's what we're hearing right now, but we'll have to wait and see if the Indian government releases an official statement about it.
Yeah, I would have to say, generally we'll have to wait and see, I suppose. But also I see a lot of people talking about the Super Bowl thing. I'm just gonna weigh in really quickly. I'm not gonna get political with this, but I'm just gonna give you kind of like my word of wisdom here. I don't really know why in the world everyone's acting like these two options are very different than each other. I mean, I don't really know the artists a lot, but when I look at them both, I mean, they kind of dress and act kind of like, I'm just gonna be kind of frank here, kind of like vagabonds. So I don't really know what in the world the fight is. It's like, my vagabond's better than yours. It's like, well, they both sing, and they both kind of move around on the stage a little bit. So they sing and they dance, and they both kind of dress like, you'd find them near a dumpster asking for some cash. So I don't really know what in the world the difference is here, where people are acting like, oh, well, my vagabond's better than yours. This is like, well, aren't they kind of like very similar to each other? Like, like just completely breaking through all the political stuff. I mean, they're not really that much different than each other. So I don't really get what the point of the whole fight is even. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Chris Feilbach, and thank you very much, Chris, for that 20 as well. He said, "We see the depravity and despair of many Russian cities and people on this channel. Now take a moment and imagine the sins that you might smell there. And you're welcome."
Oh, God. I'm really sensitive to smells. Coming from the city of Birmingham, especially around Highway 280, smells is something that really means a lot to me, because we lived in shit smell highway for a couple of years, and it was bad every day. And I don't even know what in the world Russia would smell like, but nobody ever talks about that. Let's type that in. What does a Russian city smell like? Is there an answer? Oh, bro, it's bad. Russian cities often have a distinct, complex scent profile, frequently described as a mixture of heavy industrial notes like sulfur, which is the worst smell imaginable, oil refineries, and burnt rubber. So it smells like hell, basically, in Russia. It smells terrible. Around Salt Lake City, it smells like good food. Like, that's the only smell that we've smelled the whole time we're out here. So it'll smell like whatever the nearest restaurant is. So, like, hamburgers or Mexican food or Indian food or something else along those lines, pastries even, and it smells great. And like we drive around with the windows rolled down. We're like, man, it smells so good around here. It smells like good food. And in Birmingham, we had to roll the windows up and put the car AC on recycle because otherwise it smelled like straight doo doo. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for support. But we got the answer. It literally smells like straight up sewage. So big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, is the whole debate about this bad bunny or whatever his name is the whole debate whether or not he's American or not? It says he's from Puerto Rico, which is an American territory. So I don't know. I don't understand what people are up in arms about. Because, if he's from Puerto Rico, isn't that U.S. territory?
It is. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find something on that to see. Let's see.
Not that I really honestly care, but I mean, just since everybody's talking about it.
So
I never even heard of the guy, to be honest. He's apparently extremely popular. I've just never seen him.
I think he's topping the boards right now. But I mean, like, I'll be honest with you. Every time I look around at like a lot of these like singer folks these days, I mean, like everyone's like, oh, like this singer is a liberal and this one's like a Republican, and I look at him, I'm like, but they all dress the same and they act the same. I mean, like if I walked by Kid Rock on the street, folks, no joke, I'd be like, God bless you, here's $5, go buy yourself something to eat. Like, he doesn't even look like he like people are like he's upstanding. I'm like, what about his appearance makes him look upstanding? Or Bad Bunny for that matter. I mean, they're like basically like the same category of people. They dress the same. They generally behave the same. I mean, like, they're singing people. Like, all the singing people are.
He's
really
a singing man.
Yeah, he's a
Kathleen.
singing man, Kathleen.
Man. He's just a little flamboyant, Kathleen. That's all. He's just a little flamboyant.
I mean, they're all real similar to each other, though. I mean, like, the singing people really are similar to each other. So I'm like, what the world's even the difference between them? And I mean, like, it was brought to my attention recently that one of the songs that the Kid Rock guy sang in some, like, movie from a while ago had some very questionable lyrics to it. And I listened to it. I was like, what the hell? I was like, that was approved for a children's movie? And I'm like, okay, so what's the debate here? I don't even get it. Like, I don't even get it at all, because it's like, maybe we could, like, if you don't like Bad Bunny and some people don't like Kid Rock, it's like, maybe we could just pick someone entirely different than the two of them, Like, maybe, I don't know. Like, that's
Really care.
Yeah.
It's like, if you don't like it, just go to the dang football game. It's like, that solves it. Just stay at home and find something else to do. That'll fix the problem. If you don't like what the NFL or whatever group runs those football games, and then don't give them your money, and their problem solved.
Yeah, and honestly, folks, I just don't really know what it is. It's like either the music is good or it isn't. Like, I don't know why in the world everyone's got to attach politics to everything these days. If someone's singing some music, you just listen to see if you like the rhythm and you like the music, like if you like the lyrics and stuff, it relates to you or something. If you go to a grocery store, you're buying groceries. The grocery store doesn't have to agree with you politically, because flour is flour whether you're buying it from Walmart or Publix or where. It doesn't really matter. It's just flour. It's sold at a specific price, and it's either the cheapest out there or it isn't, or it's better quality. I don't know why politics is attached to everything these days, folks. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Enzyme, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Enzyme, for that support. They said, Slava Salt Lake City, and thanks for all the news updates. And they say they no longer watch CNN or Fox, just our channel.
Hey, and that's the way to do it. I would say CNN and Fox is pretty rough. Whew. Rough, I tell you. But I do thank you, Ashley, for the support of this channel to keep it running. And thank you for choosing this channel to be your primary source of news. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And a huge thanks to you once again for the kind words. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Slim Tricks TR, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Slim, for that support. He said, "You guys got me with that fat joke." LSA, always keeping it real.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And I'm happy to hear that we always get a laugh out of folks with some of the jokes we make on the channel. And a big thanks to you so much for the support, so we can keep making jokes like that on air. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Arar983, and thank you very much, Arar, for that support as well. And he said, "Costco hiking poles or chicken or fried chicken on a stick fund, LSA."
Hey, thank you so much for support. And fried chicken on a stick sounds really good right about now. That actually sounds delicious. I actually had a tater tot casserole tonight, which sounds really interesting, but it's actually very tasty. It's basically like a shepherd's pie. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I thank you once again for helping us on that Costco chicken fun. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, like I agree with Butchie777 in the live chat. They said, "Watch a real man's sport." The MotoGP, Isle of Man TT, perhaps. Those are real men's sports right there. The dangerous as hell, by the way. If you don't know what the Isle of Man TT is, it's insane. By the way, I think they hold it in the Isle of Man. That's it, sort of in the name right there. But they drive their motorcycles like insane maniacs around the place, and it's unbelievable if you've never seen it before. These guys are literally going around corners at speeds that would blow your mind, like 135 miles an hour on super bikes. So you got to have balls of steel to do that, and they even get up to like 200 miles an hour, like on some of the straights. Like, it's really wild. That's a sport right there. You got to have balls to do that one. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 10. And Robert said, "Good evening, enforcers and LSA. And I have no questions tonight, but grab one from the chat."
Thank you so much for the support. And it's all right to have no questions. We will make sure to get one from the chat in your honor. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
And the one from the chat goes to True North, who said, "How well is the Kursk Bridge defended from special ops going in and planting explosives on the supports themselves under the cover of darkness?"
It's pretty well defended. They actually have patrols at both ends of the bridge. They have anti-boat nets and also air defenses based around the area. So there's really no way to get special forces there and then get them onto the bridge without them being detected, or around the bridge without them being detected. So unfortunately, that would generally be out of the question. It'd have to be some form of a remote strike, like a missile or some sort of a bomb that is brought there, but not by special forces. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big one, thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, for the people talking about, I don't know about that whole Isle of Man TT thing. That thing has a lot of deaths. Like, I will say, like, if you're like a person, it's like, that's stupid. They're like, they're getting killed left and right. I'm not sure how many deaths they have in that thing, but I mean, I think they've had quite a few. Let me pull that up. Isle of Man TT deaths. Let's see here. It's the world's most dangerous motorcycle race, which I already knew that. It says, or at least the AI overview claims 269 fatalities on the course between 1907 and 2023. Apparently, the 2022 event was particularly tragic, with 5 to 6 competitors killed, making it the deadliest event in the history. So, yeah, there are a lot of people. There's no surviving that, by the way. Like, if you crash on a bike going like 200, obviously you're not going to survive that. I don't care how much gear you're wearing. Also, look at this guy sort of scraping the stone, like going by. Like, that's wild. These guys will literally like come out of a corner and almost high side or low side, and they will somehow recover the bike after it's wobbling like crazy, going like 100 miles an hour. They'll somehow upright the bike and keep going, and they won't even lift the throttle like for a second. It's insane.
Yeah, honestly, it's really similar to me to those, what do you call them? Those rally races, like back in the day, back before they had like all the rules they have now, like back in the 90s when people used to crowd on the actual track, and then the car would come through and they'd all clear out of the way.
Yeah. You know, the funny part is modern day rally racing is like 100 million times safer than the Isle of Man TT. Like,
Yeah,
by a long shot.
It's way safer now, but back in the 90s, it was literally like just a death zone. Like, spectators would get wiped out in the dozens, drivers would get killed all over the place, because it wasn't a well-developed sport yet. So it was kind of like F1 was back in its early inception. But I don't really think there's ever a way that you can make the Isle of Man TT safe. Like, this is going to be a death bowl for motorcycle racing as long as the race exists, because there's no way you can stop anyone from there's no way you can stop anyone from dying in a 150-mile-an-hour wreck or a 200-mile-an-hour wreck on a British road. I mean, have y'all seen the roads on the Isle of Man or in Britain at all? I mean, they are death traps in general. I mean, just with the very little amount of clearance. Let me show y'all this street right here. One of the ones that they race down. This is one of the streets.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look at
Honestly, like part of me would love to do that, but another part of me, I just know I'm like, I don't have the balls to do this. I don't. Like, I'm not even going to try to like pretend like I do. This requires a special breed of person to do this. Like, they basically have to have no fear, like at all. Like, they either have to be very good at overcoming their fear of death to do something like this, or they might be crazy, perhaps either one, because the odds of messing something up is so high, and also the catastrophe that's going to take place if you screw something up, with the odds being very high, you're going to get mangled very, very badly, and you're not going to survive. It's just, I just couldn't do it.
And one thing that's crazy, folks, about British roadways, I'll try and see if I can find y'all one that actually would show this around here, because I'm looking for something in particular. They have these earthen berms or stone walls right up on the road, and these lanes, if you're an American, since most of our viewers are American these days, these lanes in Britain are not Department of Transportation standards, which are about 10 to 12 feet wide. Usually they're about 12 feet wide, so a 2-lane road is 24 feet across. These lanes are a lot smaller, so there is a very minor margin of error here when you're driving anything down this road, and much less the fact that if you crash, you're basically running into a hard, solid object, either an earthen berm or a stone wall on the side of the road. So imagine driving a motorcycle down that at 150 to 200 miles an hour, and then you get in a crash. I mean, it's basically an instant death, because you have very little room to try and correct the mistake, and if you can't correct a mistake, you're immediately careening into something solid at 150 miles an hour at least. So I mean, it's a death sentence basically.
And also by the way, like you haven't ridden a motorcycle, but like even if you have like a big leader bike, like a 1,000cc bike or something, which is one of the bigger ones. There's even bigger ones than that, by the way. Like Ducati has some bigger engines on their bikes. They feel sturdy up to a certain speed, but once you get over like, if you get over like 140 on a bike, like I don't care how big the bike is, if it's a sport bike, you start realizing, okay, like this thing can handle this speed, but at the same time, I feel like I'm not as planted on the ground as I used to be. Like when I was going like 100, when you start going like 140 or above or something, like you start feeling the bike becomes very, very light. It becomes very much lighter than it did when you're going slower. And you start realizing if you make any wrong sudden move, you're about to just lose the whole thing. Like we're going that fast. And these guys are going around corners. Like they're going around corners at speeds like that, not just going on a straight, which is insane.
Yeah, it's nuts. I have a lot of respect for him, but at the same time, it's kind of hurdling or kind of riding a fine line between bravery and idiocy, because of how inherently dangerous it is. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. I'd have to say, very entertaining to watch. But if you ask me, would you ever be a driver in the Isle of Man, TT? I would say no. Like, so fun to watch, not something I participate in though. They can put themselves on life's edge or death's doorstep, but I personally wouldn't be one to do that. And you know, if there's people willing to do the race, you know, and they understand that there's a high risk of death involved, and they're still willing to do it. I mean, you know, they're grown adults. They can make their own decisions. And if there's people willing to watch and people willing to race, the races will go on. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Deminoac, who puts in a 20 Canadian. And thank you very much, Deminoac, for that support. They said, one more war. Will you get us a pretty girl to speak to us?
Are you doing the put a girl on skit? Like is that what you're doing? I do think if answering for the support, it's just gonna be enforcing Matt and me on into perpetuity. That's the only folks who are ever gonna be on the show. It's just me and enforcing.
Oh, hello, how are you?
Oh, hello.
I sound a lot like a mouse. Come to the parks.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, like, get their money. Like, grab their money. Stick your hand in their wallet and yank it out. But beyond that, a big thanks to you.
I can make a joke, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I can make a good joke here. I tell you what, Mickey and them wallets. I tell you what, Mickey and them wallets.
I don't even know what that joke would be. Like, I was like,
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
All right, then. All right. I won't make you. I won't make you. But anyways, that we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Rye Guy SR, who puts in a 10. And Rye Guy said, y'all are rocking the news lately. And also, may it be noted that there has not been a canceled stream in a minute. Another sign of y'all's hard work and determination. And LTLSA, take one for the chat and screw the haters.
Hey, thank you so much for support. And we really don't have that many haters anymore. It's not like an orchestrated thing like it was when the hot dog man was around, basically organizing like an attempted reign of terror. It isn't really like that anymore. So we don't even really have to worry about haters too much. But beyond that, I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to get one in the live chat in your honor. So Matthew, what do we got?
And this live chat question goes to Avari Mandabratis. He said, is Russia paying the U.S.? Let's see here. Is Russia paying the U.S. a bribe by the U.S. seizing Shadow Fleet vessels without complaint and taking their oil?
I would say probably not, because we're going through court-ordered seizure warrants to be able to take those ships, so it isn't really a bribe. It's more so something doing with sanctions enforcement here in the United States. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mark Dixon, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Mark, for that support. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 10 from Saratov Hosada, who said, thanks, guys.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our show. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Spike James. And thank you very much for that support. They said, with all the targeting on power production, do you think that any country might try using an EMP in any of their current wars? And is there any defense against one? And keeping things analog, that's the defense against the EMP. All of our nuclear infrastructure for nuclear weaponry in the United States is analog because it will not be affected by an EMP. Digital technology will be affected. So if there was, and I think the only way to produce an EMP currently is to detonate a nuclear device. I think that's the only way that an EMP can be created, in right now at least, that I'm aware of. But all of our stuff's analog for that reason.
And also, I gotta say, some people, like the Russians, they go, oh, we're going to hit you with a nuclear weapon over the skies of America. It'll be a giant EMP. Well, guess what? Checkmate, liberals. We got abacuses. We're not going anywhere. I'm just kidding, by the way, about the whole checkmate liberals thing. That's a well-used internet meme. But beyond that, though, keeping things analog is the defense against an EMP. But if it's not an analog system, there really is no defense to an EMP. But at the moment, the only way that an EMP sort of a effect can be created is by a nuclear explosion. And at that point, we have far larger problems than an EMP. So I do thank you so much for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one here goes to Kachulian343, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Kachulian, for that support. He said, Putin and the U.S. are friends and have been since a very long time. And that's what he says.
I don't know if America's been a friend of Putin for a long, long time, but I hear that there's some arguments about some other people in America and maybe being friends with the Russians for a long, long time, and that I couldn't really comment on. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Kachulian343. And thank you very much, Kachulian, as well, for the second support. He said, it's also worth noting Ukraine making this accusation without reason to believe it doesn't make sense. This would be a major blow to their political credibility if it wasn't true and the U.S. actually sold them out.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said earlier. You agree with me, and I agree with you there. That's what I was saying, and that makes a good bit of sense. Why would they say that if they don't have any proof? They're basically torpedoing their relations with the United States for no reason, and they don't even have any proof to do it. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Kachulian343 yet again. He said, also, I find it interesting. Let's see here. Let's see. I'll have to abridge this one a little bit because we don't want to get too deep into the political stuff here. We occasionally mention and joke about some of the stuff, but we try not to get too deep into it. But Kachulian said, basically, he finds it very interesting the files are getting so little coverage, but yet all this other stuff is taking the headlines.
Isn't that so interesting? Isn't it so interesting how that works? You know, it's very interesting because whoever's in charge or whoever's trying to get in charge, they always say that they're going to release them, and then they never get released. You know, I'd have to say though, you know, with what's been coming out recently, with what has been released from them, it's not really painting a good picture at all. From what we can tell, but it also is getting basically no coverage either. So basically, people are having to do grassroots coverage of it, a lot like we are on foreign policy events, and it's really something else. But I have been, like, in case you all don't know, me and Enforcer Matt, we do dabble in reading those when fresh stuff comes out that people are able to uncover and show. And I gotta say that it's very interesting. Not in a good way. It's in a bad way, but it is quite interesting nonetheless. With how
You know
the
what's also interesting? You know what's also interesting as well is there's currently researchers working on redacting the files because apparently the redaction methods that were used were not done, allegedly not done properly. So some people are trying to reconstruct the files by removing those redactions. I'm not sure if they ever succeeded at doing that, but some people are attempting to.
Yeah, I heard about that a little bit. I also, folks, there's been some very interesting connections to some other stuff as well. Like, for example, some certain people who have not ever been mentioned in the files, but some email said, I'm here right now and I'm about to come to America at a certain time at this point at a certain year, that has been able to make connections to who those people were. And there has been a lot of interesting sorts of things with this in general with the whole files deal. Because the endpoints, so who was kind of coordinating this, it actually looks like it might have two endpoints of origin, not just one, like a lot of people believed. It looks like there might have been two countries working either very closely together or very similarly with common goals to generally get that off of the ground and get it working. Because something that's always interesting to me, folks, and this is something that no one ever talks about. So, an island in the Bahamas costs a lot of money, and also building anything on an island costs a lot of money because you have to be able to get the contractors and constructors, and also the builders and the construction teams. You have to get them out there, and that always costs a lot of money. How in the world did this guy get all that money? I mean, he wasn't really like a rich guy. So someone out there gave him, like with most things, like with, say, Hezbollah or Hamas, Iran gives them money. Who in the world was giving this guy the money to go buy that island and build everything on it? And then do all the other stuff as well. And there is, like, that is really the answer to who is behind this, as to wherever the money trails lead, to where in the world the guy got the money to do any of that stuff. And then you kind of get the answer of who was really the one kind of coordinating this thing. Because this guy was basically just the front man, basically. There's a network that was supporting that guy to be able to make that possible. And then there was a whole bunch of other stuff involved in that as well. And then people who partook in the services that he was providing, which everyone knows what those are. So
Well, you know what's weird? You know what's weird is there's a document out there which was as recently just gotten a lot of attention, but there's a document out there showing that Epstein died on August the 9th of 2019, but he was actually found dead on August the 10th. So the dates don't even match up on the documents right there. Also, there's documents out there allegedly claiming that a unknown person entered his cell that was previously not disclosed. That's what the claim is. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but that's one of the claims floating around out there.
and also, I saw Ms. Deesa say he was a financial manager to the wealthy, and yeah, I've heard that as well. Like, and he was a tutor at a high end New York school. But from what I know, none of that would ever really get you that kind of money to buy an island that was worth $22 million when it was purchased. Like you would never have that sort of spare income. And then on top of that, to have all the infrastructure as well for jets, for a ranch in Mexico. There's also like here's something that's actually quite interesting that nobody's really touching on right now. Everybody always talks about Little St. James Island in the Bahamas, but there's also a ranch that was owned by Epstein as well, a fairly large one in Mexico, in I believe the northern region of Mexico. So what's up with that? Like, there was basically no search warrants that were ever issued, any searches, seizures, anything that happened at that ranch. I mean, that one was basically untouched. The one that was looked into a great deal was the island in the Bahamas. But there's a whole other separate property, a ranch in Mexico, that has basically been never touched or looked into, either by Mexican authorities, U.S. authorities, or really anyone else. It's been briefly mentioned a couple of times, but outside of that, there's no other further details of it. And then that shows there was a very significant amount of infrastructure that went into running that island. There's a ranch in Mexico that either served as a duplicate location or a supporting base to the operations of the Bahamas. There were private jets. I mean, there was a load of stuff, and I just don't really think that a guy could make that kind of money being an accountant for the wealthy. I mean, that would be, that surely would make a good amount of money, but it wouldn't make that kind of money. Like, that's what I think. I might be wrong. Like, I haven't ever seen the books, the financial records or books that they kept because I'm sure they did keep them, because I mean, hell, the emails are basically an open book in themselves. But I just don't know. I don't feel like that would be the case. I feel like the money, a large amount of money, or at least some form of financial support, had to come from somewhere else outside of America.
He was an interesting character. He was almost the way he was like, they say that he had like security cameras all over the island, all over the interiors of the buildings and things like that, which is somewhat strange to say the least. I mean, who the hell installs so many security cameras inside of their home when they know they're bringing in people that are important people, and there's also illicit activities taking place as well. It seems a strange thing to bring in a bunch of cameras. That seems like the complete opposite of what someone in that position would be doing. It almost looks like he was collecting compromise for the most part, kind of like a bunch of agents happen to run around doing that are from Russia. It kind of has that appearance to it. Not really sure if he was or not, but certainly strange. Also, all these clowns that were going down there to this place that were engaging these activities. It's like, it's like, obviously, these people don't appear to be the most moralistic people in the world. I think it's pretty clear at this point. But they're also apparently pretty stupid as well. Because it's like if you go into a place and you see 1,000 security cameras, and then you see illicit circumstances in front of your face, and you don't immediately turn around and leave. I mean, how stupid do you get?
But I mean, like, to say this though, on the flip side, that second Borat movie kind of proved how easy it is to catch people. You know what I'm talking about with that one. Like, I think you know what I'm talking about. Like the political people who, like, were about to do something really questionable. You know what I'm referencing, right?
And say that again.
The second Borat movie that was made, and the whole deal with like the girl reporter, and she was like, "Let me go to the bathroom really quickly to get ready," and then the guy, he leaned back on the bed and he was like getting himself ready. That whole deal,
yeah.
like, just to spell it out for you. But that showed how easy it was to catch someone in one of those deals. I mean, like it's really kind of crazy. They basically just think they can get away with anything anywhere.
Yeah, I don't really. It's hard to believe. It's like how it's. I guess it's like a psychology study or something. It's like, how can you have that much influence, that much power, also in a very good financial situation, and that's still not good enough. You still got to go do something else, and not only do something else, but do something very immoral and very illegal. It's like, what was the point? It was like, were you just too comfortable at the level you were at and you wanted to try to blow it up? It's like, what was the point behind that? And also, it's just a whole bunch of nasty stuff. I think the unfortunate part that people don't want to accept, including myself, is people don't want to accept that people of that level of evil exist in the world. But unfortunately, they do actually exist. And what's really disturbing is it seems like those people, the really evil ones, the ones that do these really horrific things that seem to not really have any discernment not to do things like this, they all happen to be in charge of very, very important positions. They're world leaders, they're corporate leaders, and they're people that hold a lot of power, which makes you wonder, if people of that stature hold this power, then what does that say about our system if people hold that power? And also, I don't know if y'all noticed, but Russia's leveraging this like crazy. Like all over their media, they're running all kinds of campaigns on their news outlets and things like that, talking about, oh, look at the West, their politicians that are doing these nasty things. They can't even trust their own. It's like, well, it's very likely that y'all were behind it for that exact reason, to sow distrust. And, it looks like the Western politicians helped them do that tremendously based on their actions.
Also, another thing that's very interesting to talk about here is that a lot of people are always saying, how in the world could these people do this kind of stuff? Well, you have to always have a bit of a mental profile of the kind of people who generally make it to the top. And there is a very specific set of people who generally make it up into, say, the top 1% or the top 0.1%. And those people are generally sociopathic narcissists, primarily. That's usually the people who do that, because doing honest John, fair dealings generally doesn't really get you that far. But if you're willing to screw people over for your own self-gain, you can get pretty damn far. So a lot of them are generally leaning into that sort of a mental profile already, meaning that the world serves them and they will screw anyone over to basically satisfy themselves. So then if you pair that, sort of a common sort of a psychological profile of one of these people, with the idea that they now have tons of money and influence, so if they're a man, women are flinging themselves at them, And then if you're a woman, men are flinging themselves at you. So you can basically get any man or woman you want in the world, and you can basically get anything you want because you have the money to do it and you have the influence to do it. They start to look for a rush, kind of like a lot of common people do. A lot of common people would find a rush by gambling or something like that. But these people, that won't satisfy for them because they can do basically anything. So then they go to the absolute depths of depravity to be able to achieve that. And that's when you see this kind of stuff go on. Because what's interesting about this, folks, is that this sort of sick depravity here, it isn't a solely American thing or a solely European thing, because it appears that a decent amount of Europeans were involved in this as well. This is a Russian thing. This is a Chinese thing. This is even a North Korean thing. Even in a country as cut off as North Korea, they do the very same thing from what we know. Because a defected bodyguard from North Korea, he defected, I believe, in 2023. It was 3 years ago. He had an interview, and believe it or not, Maddie, this was a very rare one. This was a bodyguard of of Kim's personal bodyguard, like the ones that actually run by the limo and everything with him and are with him 24/7. And he said that up there at that little place that I showed you all a little while ago, it turns out that they would bring people who were the very same category that Epstein would deal in to these houses right here, and they would say that Kim Jong-un would hang out there basically for hours in the afternoon, and they would bring all of the singers and all that stuff up here as well, and they just let them pick. And it was like, and also they would allow top officials to do that as well. So the top generals of the KPA and others, they would all partake in that as well. And these private houses are for each of them. So when you think about that, it's like, huh. It's like, and also I see some people trying to say it's some sort of a globalized thing. No, I think it's just more so what power does, because they always say that absolute power corrupts absolutely, and I think that that's really the case with this here. Absolute power doesn't absolutely corrupt someone as far as administratively. I think it also corrupts them as far as morality. If someone thinks that they're untouchable and they can get away with anything, they're going to do anything, including this. And
I think personally that it's been a conspiracy theory for a long time, and honestly, me personally, I used to discount it a lot because it sounds crazy. There was no proof of it, and there was nothing generally to back it up. But also, I mean, people called out this little St. James Island situation for a long time as well, and nobody believed it until finally the proof came out and blew it wide open, and then everybody was like, "Whoa, what the hell? Like that's real? Like that? There's no way something of that stature could be kept secret like that for that long." And it turned out it could. I think there is a global level of people that are world leaders and in power and things like that that do join basically a club. And everybody thinks in their head, they're thinking of like these movies that show people like in, like anonymous masks and stuff like that. It's not like that. It's just these sickos that you see running around that are running stuff, and they are in a club, and it's depraved, it's evil, and it's sick. And these people apparently dwell in that. That's what they are, and that's what they're like. And I don't think people can comprehend that until you see these people up close and you fully get a sense of what they're actually about. I don't think people can comprehend the level of depravity that these people exist in. It's not normal, and it's not what most people run across in their everyday life.
yeah, it's not. It's something wildly messed up to a degree that would be unbelievable. And it doesn't it extends into a whole bunch of bounds. Like look at anyone out there, like all of these dictators that have had unlimited power, like Pol Pot or Joseph Stalin and others, and listen to what they did or what people under them like Laurent Beria did. Look at what they got away with. Like, I don't know if y'all know Laurent Beria. Y'all ought to pull him up. He was the director of the NKVD under Stalin. Y'all ought to pull him up. I highly encourage you to if you want to know what those kind of people are about. He was one of them. Or look at anyone who was in the German government in the 1930s and 40s. Look at any and all of them, and they're like that as well. The thing is that if anyone ever has an idea that nobody's ever going to stop them on anything, they'll do everything. Like, they'll do anything and everything, no matter how sick or twisted it is. They'll do it because they have no fear of ever being caught and facing any form of punishment. That's generally the answer to this. It has nothing to do with, it's the Illuminati or it's some sort of a global ring of Satanists or anything like that. No, it's not that at all. It's just that when people think that they're untouchable, they're going to do absolutely despicable stuff. Because at the end of it all, the only thing that keeps civilized society civilized is the fact that society polices itself to remain civilized. If someone's able to get high enough on the civilization or societal ring to where they're basically outside of it and above it looking down on it, they'll do whatever the hell they want because they're untouchable by the rest of society. And that's why it's important to make
untouchable.
sure. Yeah, I mean, that's why
they actually are.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's true, and that's why it's important, folks, that you make sure to scrutinize everyone and hold them accountable by the law, or to ensure by all means necessary, no matter what, that the law is held to account and that these people face justice like any common person would. Because that's what
Well,
the
I mean,
that's what the
what do you
American.
do? I mean, what do you do in reality, though? It's like, I mean, people can protest, people can march in the street, people can yell from the rooftops. We want justice. If there's no justice to be had, I mean, has anybody been facing justice? No, nobody's faced justice. There's people. This isn't just a United States thing. This is a global thing. Like there's people in foreign countries that were involved in this as well. Not a single one of them has faced any real consequences. Not a single one. They've been slapped on the wrist. Could you imagine, like for example, if you're a normal citizen in the United States and you mess something up, it can be minor, and the government wants to get you for it, they will come get you for it, and you could spend some time in prison. But meanwhile, we got something horrific here that is actually genuinely horrifying. That's the stuff that was happening, and not a single person has actually paid the price for it. They ended up well. There is a couple people that paid the price for it, but they only paid the price because they were dangerous to the people in power. That's the only reason they paid the price. Outside of that, all the other people have just escaped all responsibility.
Oh, I mean, there is a way to hold people accountable is to vote in people who will hold them accountable. And then that's something that people don't get because it's like sure a lot of these people say ultra wealthy people if they got the government in their pocket they truly are untouchable. If the government's not in their pocket they're well within reach at that point.
Yeah, no, they're the gatekeepers too. They're not letting anybody in that's going to hold them accountable.
Well, I mean, that's why, people have got to wise up, like they did back in the 1890s during the Gilded Age. They voted in people like Teddy Roosevelt and the populist movement that then started to create the antitrusts, started to bust people up and come after them. It's like, it's not impossible. Like being in a defeatist mindset, like you can't fix this is impossible. It's definitely doable. It's just that people can't sit there and be manipulated by, say, media agencies that are owned by the same people that you're trying to come after, which I don't think a lot of people really get the gist on that one, that a lot of the people who put out news publications, their companies are kind of run by these same people, you see. But anyways, enough of that. I think we're getting a little bit thick in the weeds here, and we're also running late for time. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Detroit Adam, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Detroit Adam, for that support. He said, shout out from Perch Point Conservation Club, guns and gambling and booze. Good old America. Elliot Laney Danger Kells say hi. And I won 12 gauge Winchester SPX 31-2 camo with red glow sights. LSA.
Oh, wow, that's really cool. And a huge thanks to you for the support. I help this channel to keep it running. I really don't do the drinking and the gambling. I just do the guns. I like guns. I think they're cool. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that us dressed out well. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Jack Ray. And thank you very much, Jack, for that support. He said, does anybody else remember the flavored Gatorade incident on the stream?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was a long time ago. I think that was like 2.5 years ago. But yeah, I remember it. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Jay Rich, and thank you very much, Jay Rich, as well. He said, hello, boys. Might be a dumb question, but if the GBU is launched with a physical tether of 1,000 feet, would the second one, without laser guidance, be able to follow a first, precisely launched with laser?
It might be possible, but I would have to say that generally, I'm kind of up in the air on that, but I think it generally would be possible. But a huge thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that it's just that well. And also, I see some people saying this, and here's where it's sorely amiss, everyone, sorely amiss. This is the problem with America, is that I see someone in the chat saying, you see, this is the problem, that's why you have to, actually, I've seen two of them now. Someone said, that's why you have to vote blue, or all blue, or that's why you have to vote all red. Don't you realize that's where the problem is? Don't you realize that mindset that's created what we have today is all blue or all red? You're not voting at that point. You're literally just letting people hold power. And if they hold power indefinitely without you ever challenging that, they're going to do whatever they want. You're basically giving them absolute power by basically swearing that you'll only vote blue or red and never any other way. That's not how democracy works. The Democrats or the Republicans don't have all the answers. I hate to break everyone's bubble there, but neither of them have any answers hardly. And if you look at them all, they're rather quite stupid. It would be better to vote for people who are intelligent, whether they were blue or red. I mean, like, I don't really think I don't really think a lot of people understand that. There's no such thing as the red is the only one with the answers and the blue that's the only one with the answers. Generally, the blue and the red have pretty good answers on a whole myriad of stuff, even the same things, just different ways to get to it. But you got to vote in competent people that don't
You'll
lie
never
to
get
your
'em.
face. Like, well, you can get them, but that relies
Nope.
on the voters being smart. No, it relies on the voters being smart. It really does. Because someone could run in a campaign, and no matter how many people smear the guy, going, oh, he's this and that. I mean, if people look through the crap, they could just go, the guy's got good policies. Most of the stuff seems to be bogus. I'm voting for him anyways. That's what happened with Teddy.
All your only options are the ones that they give you, and it's always going to be red and blue because that's the way the system's rigged.
But I think you're missing this though. There's primaries, and there's a whole bunch
Those
of
primaries
other.
don't mean anything.
Yeah,
The people that win, the
something.
people that win primaries are who they want to win primaries. The people that are donating and funding their campaigns. If someone comes along that's intelligent, the people that are special interests don't want intelligent people. They want people that are compliant. They want people that are going to be listening to exactly what they're told to do and doing exactly what they're told to do. That's intelligent people don't do that. So an intelligent person is never going to get funded enough to have a successful campaign. And the people that are special interests are going to fund the hell out of a smear campaign to ruin your name. And it will work because people don't do much research anymore and they listen to exactly what they're told. So it'll work.
Well, it didn't work for Bloomberg.
Well, like for Bloomberg, what do you mean?
Bloomberg poured millions of dollars into his primary to run endless campaigns for himself, endless ads, and endless smear campaigns on other people, and he hardly was even able to win the primary in Mississippi, and then he dropped out.
Well, I mean, he couldn't even talk. I mean, he could barely speak. I mean, he didn't
Well, I
even
mean,
have
well,
it in him in the first place.
but according to you, it doesn't matter who they are. I mean, they could be literally a blob of flesh, and as long as they back that guy, he'll win, and that generally disproves that.
I mean, he wasn't really the one that was favored. I mean, he was funding himself. He wasn't being funded by special interest.
I mean, but like at that point though, you are a special interest if you're that wealthy. I mean, you are the special interest. You're literally the special interest running in the campaign. Like, it's like just taking the mask off. There's no middleman. It's just the special interest guy because he was quite well off. He still is. And he couldn't win worth a damn at all. No matter how many ads he ran, no matter how many smear campaigns he ran, no matter how many billions he poured into just trying to even get a spot in the primary in that party, he still lost by a landslide in the first primary and then dropped out.
I don't know. I'm still of the strong belief personally. Like there might be maybe Bloomberg might possibly be an exception, maybe if you can consider that. Me personally, no offense to the guy, but he didn't strike me as somebody that even had any charisma to run for something in the first place. I'm not really sure what he was thinking when he did that. Some people just aren't cut out for it, and if he was not cut out for it. I think that was evident in the fact that nobody really put their support behind him. But I personally think that the primaries, while people may think they have a choice, I don't think they really do because ultimately intelligent voters are only a small portion of the total voter base that ends up voting in primaries. And most of them are just people that just vote based on whoever they're told to vote for. Like whoever TikTok or social media generally shows is the more popular person. Then most, uneducated voters will simply go vote for that person because they sound good or they look good on social media. They're not going to vote for the person that's actually intelligent. And most special interests are not going to go for intelligent people because intelligent people will have enough sense to say, hey, wait a minute, I'm going to do what's best for the country instead of doing what's best for your pockets. Now, who cares about getting rich? I'm going to do what's right. And then they're going to be like, oh, really? And then they're going to screw you over. They're going to fund smear campaigns against that person. They're going to run their entire life over that.
Possibly, but there's got to be a fix to it. Otherwise, the country's just doomed, and there's no way to fix it.
A fix?
Yeah. There's got to be a way.
There is a fix. The fix is you got to ban lobbying. You got to ban big money in politics. And that's become even political now, too. But I mean, that's common sense. Who the hell wants special interests selecting your people? And they have the ability to do that if they're funding them. So I say ban corporations from funding campaigns, ban anybody except for individuals from funding campaigns. That way it becomes very transparent.
I would agree on that, but at the same time, though, I think it's more so a bit of a miss because I was just thinking back to 2016. The current president, when he ran for his first term, I don't believe he really took any support from any super PACs or anyone. so you could say that he wasn't the chosen guy, because there was another guy that was running in the primary back then for that party, and he seemed to be the chosen guy, and he kind of lost. So, he lost the primary before it even came up to an election.
I would have to go back and look. I'm pretty certain. I don't want to say that without knowing it for a fact, because you got to be careful what you say about that particular guy. But I think he was funded.
Let's see. Funding for campaign in 2016. Let's see. Oh, okay. So apparently that was just a whole thing, because apparently approximately 80% of his funding came from donors, super PACs, and such things as that. So yeah, apparently, correction, he was the chosen guy apparently.
Why did you think otherwise?
Because generally that was the running story that a lot of people were going with, and I hadn't researched that at all to generally look into it.
And that's what most voters think, and that's why if you're funding a lot of money and people like you and they pick you, they can fund campaigns to make you look good. They can fund smear campaigns against the person that they don't like. So I would generally argue against the idea that he wasn't the chosen guy. I would argue against that personally.
Well, I mean, here's something I don't think you're accounting, is that people like us who are not owned by a larger group or owned by someone who's a special interest say whatever we want. And generally, we're starting to, like, a lot of people like us are starting to really control what people hear for the news every day. Like, a lot of y'all are hearing stuff here on this channel that you would have never heard on mainstream ever about what's going on in the world, what America's doing, or anything like that. But generally, also on top of that, another thing is that we bash both political parties equally and call it for what it is. And that's also something that you won't hear any mainstream channel do, because they pick one or the other group. And that sort of a deal right there is really exposing people to a whole new way of thinking, which I would say is more so an American way of thinking, that I think is generally, if it catches on well enough, it's generally going to start changing the way things are done in this country, at least for the better.
Maybe so, possibly. We'll have to wait and see. Me personally, I feel a little bit not necessarily defeatist, but I have a feeling like if let's say one day me or you decided to run for president, we would run into a lot of problems right off the bat, because just simply wanting to run for president, I mean, that's great, but I mean, you actually have to have a lot of donations coming your way, because let's see here, let's get this number. What does the average presidential campaign cost? So not presidential campaign. So the average, oh my God, come on, hold on a second. This thing is not wanting to give me this. Let's see here. So the average presidential campaign here was, let's see here, over billions of dollars. So that should tell you a bit of a problem right there. It should not cost billions of dollars to run a presidential campaign. That's a huge problem right there. So you have to be able to raise at least $1 billion to have a real chance of winning the presidency. So that shows you in itself. In other words, here's how it works. If you want to be the president, you have to go around begging the special interests, the exact people that should not have a say in our elections. As a candidate, you have to go beg them to put money into your campaign. And do you think this money comes with strings attached? Obviously, it comes with strings attached. They're going to be expecting favors in the future. And you're naturally going to want to give them those favors later, because otherwise they're going to go against you when you come up for re-election, which is the worst case scenario for a politician. So they have you basically by the balls at that point, which is why our country's not representing the people anymore. It's representing special interests, because it's ridiculous. The whole system is greedy as hell, and it's backwards. I mean, the whole thing's backwards. Somehow we've gotten to a point where it costs $1 billion+ to run a presidential campaign, which is insane.
I mean, hell, that's like a weapon acquisition program and cost.
Yeah, and it's like, who's got the money to fund a campaign like that? Only the people that have money, which is the people that represent only a very small fraction of the total population of the United States.
Or corporations. Corporations are parts of super PACs.
Yeah, that's true. So everybody always mentions the Citizens United thing. I see a lot of people mentioning that in the chat. They just simply need to get big money out of politics. Like the only people that should be donating to campaigns is individual citizens, and they should have a limit for how much you can donate to a campaign, which I think that's already the case as it is right now. But the workaround is if you go create a PAC, a political action committee, you can get around that, generally speaking, which is a complete loophole that it's not even really a loophole. It's an open secret. Everybody's known that's the way it works for ages. And they gotta put a stop to that. But the problem is though, here's the catch-22. The people that put a stop to that are the same people that are benefiting from it. So do you expect change to happen? No, because why would the people benefiting from it change the thing that they're benefiting from? It wouldn't make any sense.
Also, I just saw someone say, you can thank the Supreme Court for that. Well, there is always a fix, which would be a constitutional amendment, which you could then pass, a 2/3 majority, which would be pretty tough. But technically, there should be a fix to a Supreme Court ruling, which would be a constitutional amendment. And before someone says, well, constitutional amendments cannot be overturned or overdone, that's not the case. Because if you look, for example, let's say Plessy v. Ferguson, which many people will know that Supreme Court case, later on in, I believe it's the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, those amendments largely overturned that Supreme Court ruling and then created a new constitutional precedent. And, of course, Plessy v. Ferguson is completely moot in the modern day and age. It just doesn't really impact much of anything. So, anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on into some more questions because we are starting to run significantly over time. So what do we got, Matthew?
And our next one goes to Raphael Philippe, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Raphael, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that. He said, Matt is the kind of idealist I would support if I was an American. Now, thank you very much for the kind words. I don't consider myself an idealist, actually. I consider myself more of a realist, to the point where it almost sounds negative, like with what I'm saying. But me personally, I believe that in order to fix a problem, you first have to reach bedrock, and you have to recognize that the problem exists. So I don't like to sugarcoat it. I like to say it how it is. So that way, hopefully, people will see it for what it really is, and they'll actually want to exact a change instead of simply, sugarcoating it in their entire life and then realizing later on down the road, when they're too old to do anything about it, that there was a problem the entire time. So, but thank you for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you for the support as well. And I gotta say, I don't mean to ask this, Matthew, but is he talking to you or me? Because when I put out my video yesterday, a lot of people were saying, great job, Matt. And I was like, it's me. I'm the enforcer. I'm not Enforcer Matt. And I'm thinking, I was more positive.
You were being more idealist.
Yeah,
I was talking about you, actually.
Yeah,
you were saying more things that were more idealist.
Yeah, because I was sitting there thinking, I was like, idealist? I think I was being the more idealist when I was like, maybe he's getting this mixed up, because a lot of people get this mixed up when we post videos. Like, people call Matthew Enforcer, and then they'll call me Matt, and we're two totally separate people. So I don't know. Maybe he was talking. Maybe he is talking to you. I don't know. Maybe he's talking to me. I don't know. But I try and be an idealist because I think that there is always a fix to something. Like, nothing's ever unfixable completely. There's always a way, and I cannot get into the depths in which you can go to get the way you want things to go, but there is always a way that you can be assured of. But I do thank you, Mastery, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and helping this channel to be possible, because I don't know if you were talking to Matthew or me at this point, but I do thank you so much for saying that you find that an American way to view things, because I would have to say, while I'm not really in the category... Well, actually, I'll be entirely honest with you. I think very similar to Matthew, but I always like to try and put a positive spin on it, because it's like, yes, it's pretty messed up and it's really bad, and a lot of what he's saying is entirely true. Actually, pretty much all of it, what Matthew's saying, is entirely true. But I always like to look at it as there is always a way to fix something, and it's never a completely hopeless and lost situation. Because I can't get into the examples that would really tell y'all why I'm saying that, but there is always a fix. You can guarantee that at some degree. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Chef Danny B. And Chef Danny puts in 2 super chats. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that support. He said, Chef Danny again. And like I said before, I know absolutely nothing about politics, but listening to y'all for a couple years on your foreign policy and just y'all's knowledge on a lot of stuff, y'all got my vote, plus Danny as your personal chef.
Hey, and you know something, Danny? If either one of us ever become the president of the United States, I think we're going to have you as the White House chef. I think we will. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support. And I got to say, thank you so much for saying we got your vote, because I like to think that we're very reasonable on the channel. I look for what's best for the country, and the political parties these days just don't have the answer at all. Because, like, you know, and people always say you need someone that's unmoving on morals, and that's the problem. Like I can show y'all a 180 that's happened just recently. And this is one that you just, I was like, what the hell? I was like, it's literally proving what I've been saying for years, because I've always been telling y'all, whoever's in charge, they say one thing and the opposite side will say the other. Up until recently, the majority party in the United States, which holds the office of the president and most of the seats in the Congress, they have always been pro-gun to an extreme degree. But then once an incident happened in Minnesota a little while ago, then it becomes, well, that guy clearly had bad intentions because he had a gun on him. Although for years leading up until that point, they've been saying everyone has a constitutional right to carry guns anywhere and everywhere, no matter what. And just because you're carrying a gun doesn't mean that you're a bad guy. So now, because they've said that, the other side, the minority party right now, has completely flipped, and now they're all pro-gun. Literally for decades they've hated guns. Now they're all pro-gun. And it's that sort of a thing. It's that easily shifting and changing sort of a moral atmosphere. It's like either you have a Second Amendment right and it shouldn't be encroached on, or there's barriers, and it never changes. It doesn't change no matter the context. But in the modern day, in modern politics, any moral point, or any legal point for that matter, can completely change depending on the context in which the situation arises, which is absolutely insane to me. I don't even know how in the world people do not notice that, because I notice it every day on many topics that they talk about. I can tell you this: if the current majority party right now became and I'll just say, Frank, if they became pro-abortion, the other minority party would become anti-abortion almost overnight, and nobody even would understand that. Like everyone will beat me down right now for saying that, because people will say, no, I would never move on that. But if it happens, most people will completely change their opinion on that overnight. Like, I can promise you that. That's just how it is in this country, and people don't realize that. And everyone always wants to talk about, I'm not a sheep, I don't follow the crowd, but most everyone is a sheep and they follow a crowd, and they never just stick with something. I don't care if people agree with me or not. I will stick with something until the end of the days. Like, we've stuck with what we've said on this channel for years. I don't care if the Republicans are dissing on us or the Democrats. I don't give a damn. It is what it is. I'm not budging. It's either the right answer or it's wrong. And if it's the right answer, I'm sticking with it. And if it ends up turning out wrong due to new evidence that's brought up later that's clear and convincing, then I'll change my opinion. And that's how I work. I don't have easily malleable morals and ideals. They stick in place and they are what they are. And so with that, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running.
And that's why it's going to be very hard for you to ever get elected.
Amen. Amen. That's actually true.
Yeah, it's a sad reality, unfortunately. It's a sad reality. Unless your morals are extremely flexible, and unless you like to be someone else's mouthpiece. And when I say somebody else's mouthpiece, I'm not talking about the people's mouthpiece. I'm talking about the mouthpiece of the people that got you elected with the money that they donated to you. Then you're likely going to be in trouble. I saw someone in the chat say earlier, how come you don't just dupe the special interest into getting your donations or giving donations to your campaign and then turn on them later?
Oh,
well, the problem is they'll come get you. That's the problem. They will actually come get you. Not in a way it's like physical, like they're going to come beat you up or something. Although, you know, not really that way. But they will find a way to smear you because they also control other people in Congress because they donate to them as well. So maybe those people in Congress may decide to impeach you possibly because they don't want to lose their donations in the future. You never know, because they hold a lot of power over the entire system, which is, I don't think people understand how deep that power goes. Money talks heavily, especially for people that have very flexible morals. It talks a lot.
And I would definitely agree on that 100%. And so with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Chef Danny B, once again, who puts in another super chat and puts in a 40. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for the second support. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And thanks for the good stream tonight. And I got to listen all night. And I didn't get to watch until late, but I heard most of it in LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, we wouldn't be able to keep it running, and we wouldn't be able to keep covering the news and talk about other things that I believe that are well within the interest of every American citizen. So a huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Chef Thibodeau, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much for the support. And he said, I was in Iraq in 2020 when Iran hit us with a TJ ballistic missiles. And that moment was an absolute paradigm shift for Iran-U.S. relations and the acceptable level of violence.
I thank you for the support, and I would definitely agree with you. I think, if I remember correctly, wasn't that the incident, Matthew, where, I think that was the Russians that landed the missiles near to the base in Syria, and they were like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, and there was actually a lot of wounded in that incident?
I could be.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of a different scenario there, but I do thank you for the support, and I would have to agree with you. That certainly was a paradigm shift now that I'm thinking about the right one. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Betancourt, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Robert, as well. He said, first, Green is opening a supplier in California. I'm not really sure who that is, by the way. We'll have to do some research into it.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Butchie777, who put in a 10-pound support. And thank you very much, Butchie, for that very heavy support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the heavy support and helping this channel to keep rolling. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so a big thanks to once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Chris Feilbach, who said, imagine if you could send images into super chats. Oh, that would be a disaster. That would be a disaster. Could you imagine all the loopholes that people are going to create with that? Oh, my God.
Oh, man, let's look at Romania. Bro, that would happen often. But a big thanks.
What do we have here?
Well. Like, what's this? oh, man. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Bethelguis, who puts in a 10 and said, should there be unbiased funding like the funding is distributed by each candidate equally? Oh, no, not. I would say probably not. The people should be able to speak with their money. Like if they want to make political donations to campaigns, that's fair. But it can't be unlimited donations by major special interest. That's not fair because I mean they don't get to. They're basically swaying elections doing that. That's taking away the rights of the people to speak and donate for the candidate that they want, and it's giving a huge unfair advantage to people that have a whole bunch of money, which is not the way the system was supposed to work. But Enforcer, what say you?
I believe that there should be a limit to the amount of money that an individual can give. Up
There
to like with super PACs and such. Like any. Well, actually, I got to correct that because you actually just realized what you're saying, and you are right. Yes, there is a limit. So unfortunately, I have to correct what I'm saying here, folks. I think that there should be a general limit to the amount of money that they can get, like there is right now. But I also have to say that it should not be distributed equally, because then, then the thing is that if someone is wildly unpopular, like say for example, like the guy, like let me put this into a hypothetical scenario. So let's say one of them is a Nazi or a communist. Now all of the money has to be equally split with a Nazi that might not be popular, and then they basically get a giant megaphone at that point that they weren't going to get because nobody was giving them any money in the first place. So then you got that problem. Or a communist for that matter, which would have the same thing happen to them. So then that's like, that would be a double-edged sword. Sounds good, but it wouldn't really be good in practice. But anyways, I hope that does address that.
You're picking like the most treacherous examples possible to give here on these things. You're scaring the hell out of me.
Well, I mean, you have to make the example clear. I mean, if you sit there and say, I mean, they might be, nationalist, or they might be kind of looking towards socialist policy, it doesn't really get off the point. Like, those are the extremes of what America is not. And then, if you take that as an example, it's like, well, you're literally giving them a megaphone by giving them half of the money that they may have not even got. Like everyone could have been giving their money to the other guy who's a reasonable, level-headed American, and then it's split with that guy, whoever he is, whether he's communist or whatever. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to SC Dear Girl, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much for the support. They said, quick enough of battle.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Pleasure Burn, who said, I am Iron Man.
Oh, you are? Oh, that's interesting. And so big thanks to you once again for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Skippy, who said, greetings from Finland. And it's 23. It's minus 23. Isn't too bad.
Oh, well, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, actually. Like, minus 23 might be okay for y'all. I'm sure it is. But for us down here in the States, minus 20 is like unbelievable. It basically never happens unless you're up near the Great Lakes or if you're up in Alaska. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Chef Thibodeau once again. He puts in 2 more super chats. He said, former Army humanter here, and y'all do a great job and really good, non-biased analyses, and would love to see smaller intel summaries. And we have those, by the way, on our short war videos that we put out sometimes, depending on if we have enough news or not. He also said, how many times is Keanu Reeves going to come up in conversation tonight?
I guess he's coming up now. So whoever bet on that, that happened. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Serpico, who puts in a 5. They said, I am one of your Iranian fans, and you guys doing a great job, and I hope my country will be free soon.
I hope so. I would agree with you. And I thank you so much for enjoying our work and respecting it, because we try our best to make sure that when we talk about the Iranians and we talk about all of y'all out there, that we talk not only in our best interest as the United States, but considering that the slate would be wiped clean in Iran as far as the government is concerned, making sure that y'all have the breathing room to get the exact government that the people want inside of Iran. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, we have several of your brethren in the live chat, too, by the way. They go by pseudonyms that are Iranian citizens that watch the channel. I don't really know how they're watching the channel. They must have VPNs or something like that to jump on here. And also, I'm sure they're covering their tracks, because I'm sure if the Iranian government found out they were doing that, that probably wouldn't be good. But we have actually quite a few in the chat. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Robert Jackson, who puts in a 5 and said, I just joined again, and have y'all seen those files?
Oh yeah, we've seen a lot of it, and you know it's not good. We went in a very long discussion about that a second ago. It's not good. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Adam McLean, who said, I vote for this channel.
Hey, and thank you so much for your vote. Maybe one day one of us will try and run for president. Maybe. And, you know, hopefully we can try and turn the country around. Really, it takes more than one person, actually, to turn the country around. It's going to take a whole new round of representatives. It's going to take a whole new round of senators. It's going to take a new president. It's probably going to take maybe a couple of new justices on the Supreme Court. It's going to take a good bit. But anyways, big thanks to you once again for support, and thank you for giving us your vote. It's a step in the right direction, I'd hope. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Pilsy, who put in a 2 and said the coffee made of snow.
Hey, thank you for the support for the coffee made of snow. And a big thanks to you for helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Alexander Obelander, who said, any updates with Adam Kadyrov?
We haven't actually heard any updates on them. I assume they stabilized at this point, because usually when we don't get any news on stuff like that, usually someone's stabilized and they're improving, and then it's not an interesting story to cover, so nobody gives an update on it. But I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, folks, that is our last super chat of the night. So we are now jumping into, very quickly, because we're running very late, we're jumping into our live chat questions and our Morse code decoders. Tonight we have Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Airbell Garbo, Heroic Fluffness, Coach Secretary Cyan Brian Blairstown. And he said, the Morse code reads, Russia is learning that the days of judgment are upon them now. Wersi is fleeting. LLT LSA.
And ding, 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 shh. And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that down on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night. It was mercy, though, not mercy. There might have been a little typo, because I believe the M and the W are on different parts of the keyboard, but it might have been a typo. But beyond that, though, I got to congratulate y'all greatly for the late Springer Cinema Corps getting that Morse code message correct time and time again, because y'all are always getting that right, and it truly is impressive. And so with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Varig, who said, what do you both of you estimate that Ukraine's chances are to hanging on until Iran can be dealt with? Oh, and Ukraine will do fine. Like, Ukraine's got a huge loan that's backing their whole war effort from Europe at this point. So even if the United States wants to be scummy and leave Ukraine for dead and try to like team up with Russia, Ukraine will fight on because Europe is behind them. So thankfully Europe stepped up and they did the right thing. Hopefully, I wish the U.S. would do the right thing too, but apparently don't have it in them. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the Ukrainians are going to be able to hold on well for a long time. I also agree with Enforcer Matt on that. Iran will be dealt with, and it could be dealt with in 2 years from now. Ukraine will probably still be standing and fighting like it is right now. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Stephen Shroud, who said, when, if any, are there going to be any more talks between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia? And they just had some, by the way. Russia refused to let the U.S. take control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which was a key component of a peace plan that was derived by the United States officials. So Russia is not negotiating. They're basically saying no to everything, and they're saying they're going to keep the war going at all costs. So talks are basically over. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, talks are basically over, and the next time that there will be talks will be whenever Putin calls up the president and goes, "I love you. Let us talk." And then stop the presses, send them back, and then we'll be in the 90th round of talks, with no progress ever being made, and no progress will ever be made. And yet, for some reason, we will completely hamstring and stop our support to Ukraine entirely in the meantime, because we're trying to get peace. But at the same time, while we're trying to search for a peace with Russia, we're just getting more people in Ukraine in the lurches of suffering and death in the process by our own inaction and our own unmoving stubbornness in the fact that the Russians are not willing to negotiate an end to this conflict. So I hope that is addressed to the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last president? Who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to one from the chat who said, are the boats that were blocked in near the Russian submarine that was struck by the underwater sea baby, is it still blocked in? And did the sub ever sink or did it move?
The sub appears to have actually taken on water. It has never moved from what we last saw, which was a week ago. It still has not moved. So we think that it took on water and that the little underwater submersible caused a significant amount of damage. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I got to thank you all massively for enjoying this show. And of course, watching tonight, we had a peak viewership tonight of 14.6 thousand people and 130,000 views. That's a lot of people. And I got to thank you all so much once again for watching. It's really shocking to think there's still 7,000 people here, 4 hours and nearly 20 minutes into the show. 420 turn up. But beyond that, I thank you all so much once again for watching. And it's time for us to get off air. We are probably both entirely exhausted. I know I am. That hike was quite arduous today, and also the show was incredibly long. So I hope you all enjoyed nonetheless. We absolutely love talking to y'all. It was a long show for good reason. And we will see you all tomorrow during the Super Bowl at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short video to make tomorrow, I, the Enforcer, will be the one making that short war video for all of y'all. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow night on Sunday. And the Super Bowl will be running, I think, sometime tomorrow. I don't know when, but we'll be running a stream anyway tomorrow at our usual time at 10 p.m. Eastern for the Sunday night fundraiser, where once again, we'll raise more funds for a very good charity tomorrow that we will have to pick sometime before the stream starts. So we appreciate you all, 130,000 plus people, for joining us once again tonight. And we will see you all tomorrow, maybe on a short war video as well. But in the meantime, though, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava. Get some rest and good night.